Hey guys, tonight we're slipping into the nocturnal hush of ancient Babylon, where you trudge beside the Euphrates under a silvered moon and wonder how on earth people laundered their garments without the slightest hint of modern soap. Spoiler alert. You probably won't survive this without a few grimy memories of your own laundry routine creeping back. The air is cool, and you feel the gentle weight of linen and wool against your skin, damp with humidity. As you kneel on the smooth riverbank, crickets chirp somewhere beyond sight, and the faint glow of torchlight from distant ziggurats dances across the water. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop your location and local time in the comments so I don't assume you're lounging next to a babbling brook in some modern city. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The first thing you notice is how silent everything feels at night. No roaring traffic or humming air conditioners, just the gentle lapping of the Euphrates against smooth river stones. You dip your sandals into the cool flow, remembering that Mesopotamia is often called the cradle of civilization, a place where writing cities and agriculture flourished more than 4,000 years ago. Yet tonight, you're not marveling at ziggurats or chariot wheels. You're focused on dirty laundry, which is arguably less glamorous. Unless you happen to be a shirt with stubborn stains from a goat-related incident. Been there, right? You scoop a handful of river water and pour it over a mud-spattered linen tunic. The river reflects the constellations overhead. Orion's belt glimmers as if giving you a cosmic wink. You might think laundry under starlight sounds romantic, but trust me, it's more ritual than romance. In this era, washing clothes is a semi-spiritual undertaking. Some Babylonians moved their bodies and voices in hushed chorus as they scrubbed, believing the river's divine essence could purify both fabric and soul. Historians still argue whether fullers would chant blessings aloud or simply mutter under their breath, perhaps cursing stubborn stains instead. Beneath the surface, fish dart away as if auditioning for a modern-day aquarium, except nobody is paying admission. You channel your inner fuller and press the tunic against a submerged rock using oiled palms, buffered with gritty sand. Yes, oil often rendered from palm fruit, this greasy lubricant helps break down grease in the weave. Then the scrub sand is sprinkled generously over the cloth, acting like a primitive exfoliant. As you rub vigorously, you feel grit biting into your fingers, reminiscent of that time you attempted a DIY facial in college. The difference here is that instead of bright skin, you're chasing ancient grime. A quick aside, quaint rumor has it that some enterprising Babylonians used powdered animal urine rich in ammonia as a bleach substitute. It sounds wacky, like your eccentric aunt's home remedy for wrinkles, but it actually works. A fringe tidbit mentions that certain fullers kept small ceramic jars of stale urine under communal benches. Yes, communal benches. No one told you Babylon had any privacy standards. But hey, desperate times call for desperate measures, and whitening cloth with urine was surprisingly effective, even if a bit pungent. If you thought your laundry room smelled bad on wash day, imagine having to lean over a vat of ammonia-rich brew while chanting to the river gods. Historians still argue whether this practice was widespread or limited to certain neighborhoods of Babylon. You pause to consider just how different this is from tossing a Tide Pod into an electric washing machine. No enamel basins, no detergent jugs. Just your hands, the river, and an assortment of natural abrasives. As you kneel, the sand beneath your knees feels cool, a mild contrast to the warmth of the humid desert night. Crickets chirp in applause. You lift the tunic and shake it free of excess sand, a quick snap that sends speckles into the moonlit air like stardust, if stardust were made of grit and ancient body oils. Nearby, a fuller clad in a simple woolen garment strides to a hollowed log submerged in shallow water. He pounds a wool tunic rhythmically on the log's convex surface, producing a drumming sound that echoes off distant walls. This pounding not only expels dirt, but also helps realign fibers. Legend has it that in some regions fullers would leave the beaten cloth out overnight to let dew settle into the fabric before beating again at dawn. You half expect a dewdrop to wink at you from the top of your own tunic. But alas, the desert night can be deceptively dry. Over your shoulder, you glimpse a pair of women gently wringing a piece of linen shawl, twisting until beads of water arc and scatter like tiny comets back into the river. It's almost cinematic, except the shawl smells faintly of alehouse yeast and donkey sweat, yet another sensory reminder that Babylonian laundry was a full-body experience. You breathe in deeply. The scent is earthy, mixed with a tang of minerals from the Euphrates. Tonight, there's no dry cleaning option unless you count leaving clothes out under the moon and hoping for morning breezes. Digging deeper, you learn that certain Babylonians believed the river itself had purifying properties bestowed by Enki, the god of water. It's not just scrub and rinse, it's a spiritual surrender. You might picture people dressed in togas, singing hymns like a Greek chorus. But in reality, most washing was silent, punctuated only by the slap of wet fabric against stone and the occasional cough from someone who inhaled too much grit. Every now and then, someone cracks a joke about how your hands are practically going to look like sandpaper tomorrow. A light tease to ease the back-breaking monotony. Speaking of monotony, let's talk about temperature. The Euphrates at night can dip to surprisingly refreshing levels. Dip your sleeve and feel the cool current swirl around your fingers. For Babylonian wool, lukewarm water would tighten fibers too abruptly, risking shrinkage. So cool water is key. You let your left hand cradle the garment under a rock, shaping it to the flow, and use your right hand to comb through the fibers. Repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse. After a while, your shoulders ache, a reminder that no washing board is going to materialize from some future world. On the horizon, a torch flickers as a young fuller finishes his work and hoists a bundle of damp clothes onto his shoulder. You ask him quietly why the work is mostly done under moonlight. He shrugs. Moonlight supposedly keeps colors from fading as drastically as under harsh sun. Mainstream consensus holds that Babylonians treasured vivid dyed fabrics, and preserving color was almost an art form. You suspect that SparkNotes forgot to mention this nuance when they said life was a blur of wars and temples. Between scrubs, you run your tongue over chapped lips and feel a dryness you didn't expect. No lip balm in sight unless you count the leftover grease on your palms from that oil rubbing. You smirk at the thought of modern influencers hawking natural scrubs they have no idea. Here grit is literally everywhere. The riverbank is dotted with scattered sand pits, people brought from upstream each pit a communal deposit of cleaning power. A light joke escapes as you imagine Babylonians panning for golden sand for laundry, not realizing you're eyeing chicken feed. You finally rinse the tunic by submerging it entirely below the surface, then lift, letting excess water drip before pressing it against a flat slab of stone to squeeze more moisture. Then you shake it once more, watch droplets fling off, and allow it to slump back into the current for a final rinse. The moon reflects off slick threads, as if giving approval. You stand adjusting your tunic already damp from rolling in sand and pat your hair dry on the back of your wrist. It's surprisingly soothing, in the way only gritty hands and river water can be. In the distance you catch a whisper of debate among three fullers. One insists that a particular clay found near Babylon's southern walls would leave clothes smelling like earth, thus warding off evil spirits. Another scoffs, claiming that story originated as a marketing ploy to sell more clay. You can't help but grin an early PR scheme. Even 2,500 years ago, someone was pitching miracle clay to cleaner clothes. Historians still argue whether this clay ritual had genuine religious significance or was purely superstition that fuzzed the lines between divine and dirty. You pause to watch a particularly skilled fuller spin a wet cloak above his head, using centrifugal force to fling water away with the precision of a modern laundromat spinner, minus the hum, and plus a prayer to Enki. This technique leaves water droplets arching before splattering into the river like tiny fireworks. A local child squeals as one droplet lands on their head. You can't help chuckling at how some things don't change. Kids will always be kids, no matter how ancient their setting. At last, your clothes seem relatively clean enough for Babylon at least. You find a flat rock, spread your tunic out under the gentle moonbeam, and let it absorb what remains of the night's chill. Tomorrow, once the sun has crept high in the sky, you'll return to pound and pat until the last grain of grit gives up. For now, you step back and take in the scene, a dozen figures crouched along the riverbank shadows, melding with moonlit water fabric, glinting as if each piece carries its own secret. The hush is only broken by cicadas beginning their evening concert, a reminder that night in Babylon is alive, even when you're busy wrestling stains. As you stand to leave, you think about modern life turning a dial, tossing suds, walking away. Here tonight, it's more of an immersive ritual, almost like a midnight spa treatment, without cucumbers on your eyes, unless you count the occasional eyelash stuck to your sand-covered cheek. You trudge back to your quarters with waterlogged tunic slung over one shoulder, palms still gritty, and for a brief moment wonder if this counts as cross-training. Spoiler, it does tonight. Your arms have gotten a workout. No gym membership can rival. You step off the riverbank feeling a light breeze that carries the scent of damp earth and woven wool. The temporary silence as the river laps against your tired feet feels almost hypnotic. For the next hours, you'll sleep under a reed mat, lulled by faint rustling in nearby date palms, dreaming of tomorrow's laundry where you'll resurrect that tunic from moonlit wash to sun-drenched brightness once more. You wake before dawn, muscles still humming from last night's lunar laundry ritual, and your fingers reflexively itch for that familiar grit of sand against fabric. As your eyes adjust to the dim glow of an oil lamp, you remember yesterday's work at the riverbank, sand-dusted tumbling of tunics chance to inky ammonia-rich brews, and that kid who got splashed in the face. Tonight, though, you're not scrubbing. You're stepping into the world of Babylonian textiles where fabric choice is everything. In modern terms, imagine choosing between a hand-knit cashmere sweater and a polyester t-shirt. You'd pick your outfit based on the day's weather. But back in ancient Babylon, textile choices dictated not just style, but the entire washing routine. If you think your laundry pile at home is complicated, white towels, colorful socks, delicates, well, ancient Babylon might give you a run for your money. You stretch and slide your feet into reed sandals, silencing a yawn. Stepping outside, the morning air carries the scent of damp earth from last night's washes. Middling light filters through mud brick walls, revealing a multicolored tapestry of garments drying on rooftops, linen shawls, woolen cloaks, and textured skirts. Babylonian society valued textiles as both functional and symbolic. Mainstream historical fact, by 2000 BCE, Mesopotamians had already perfected weaving techniques producing fabrics that ranged from coarse utilitarian wool to finely spun linen prized for its cool feel. Your eyes zero in on a linen shawl, its off-white threads glinting slightly in the weak sunlight. You wonder if linen's popularity owes something to those sweltering summers linen breathes, unlike your father's synthetic gym shirt that clings to you after one jog. Historians still argue whether the finest linen was reserved exclusively for the elite, or if a modest version filtered down to common folks. But either way, the weave and thread count made all the difference for washing methods. Walking down a narrow alley, you pass a weaver's workshop. A slender woman sits at a vertical loom, her fingers dancing among warp and weft threads. She's weaving a woolen tunic, thick, coarse, ready to repel dust and repel the chill of winter breezes. Wool was ubiquitous. Sheep herding thrived around Babylon, and wool offered warmth during cold desert nights. The shout of merchants in the street stalls nearby feels distant, but you catch phrases like scarce wool from the Zagro's foothills suggesting trade routes snaking into mountainous terrain. A fringe tidbit surfaces: some Babylonians believed that sheep grazing near certain sacred groves produced superior wool imbued with protective qualities. They'd pay extra for temple flock wool, convinced it would keep evil spirits from clinging to their garments. If you've ever splurged on an overpriced immune-boosting supplement, you can relate. It's basically ancient influencer marketing. Your fingers brush against the rough wool cloth on a stall rack. You can almost feel the individual hairs, each standing perpendicular to the next, ready to catch dust and grime. Meanwhile, on the opposite stall, a delicate linen scarf with fringed edges lies folded behind a wooden counter. The thin threads feel smooth, charmingly crisp, but also so eminently fragile. You recall from last night how wool required vigorous sand scrubbing and pounding on logs. Linen, on the other hand, needed gentler handling. Think of a baby's bottom compared to a battle axe. There's no machine to balance the washer load here. If you misjudge, you risk tearing those fragile fibers. As the sun creeps higher, you prod your tunic to see how it dried on the rooftop. It flutters lightly, almost mocking you. raising the question, did that mid-weight wool tunic shrink last night? Maybe. Historians still argue whether BB no weight. Babylonians intentionally oversized garments to allow for shrinkage, or if they just loved a snug fit after multiple washes. You duck into a shaded courtyard where a couple of merchants haggle over dye pigments. Bright blues, deep reds, and earthy yellows hang in small leather pouches. The main artisan, a rotund man with ink-dark hair, expertly blends crushed saffron and barley for a yellow dye. A light jest bubbles up. It's a miracle they didn't run out of saffron besides desserts. Now they have washable fashion statements. He offers you a scrap of dyed linen. It's cool and surprisingly soft. Your fingers linger on the threads smooth enough that they'd risk slipping right off a log-beating session. Shirt shrift aside, you feel that pre-shrunk bliss modern shoppers rave about, but minus the Zara label, and instead with a hint of earthy spice. You meander further, passing an elderly fuller who sorts garments into piles by material: heavy wool, mid-weight wool, blends flax and linen, and a few surprisingly stiff hemp blends too. You give him a nod. He nods back as if he knows your current mission: decoding textile culture. He points to a stack of garments made from a fabric called kalu, a wool-linen blend. This hybrid offered the best of both worlds: some warmth, some breathability, and a sturdy weight that didn't nap badly when beaten. It's like combining denim and cotton, in modern terms fashionable, but practical. A curious detail surfaces: some kalu cloths were even scented with frankincense, so that every time you cleaned them, a faint spiritual aroma lingered. Maybe that's like spritzing your jeans with lavender essential oil, except no one is judging you for it. You follow him to a low platform where the cloths await inspection. He rubs his calloused fingers along a linen tunic's hem, checking for wear. The fabric frays differently depending on weave tightness. Some pieces show more pilling than others. Another fringe tidbit tickles your memory: some Babylonians wrapped small balls of date palm fiber around worn edges to reinforce them. A primitive patch kit that looks surprisingly like a modern jean rip patch. You snort at the thought of dating your wardrobe in Mesopotamia. Oh, this old thing, it's vintage 1800 BCE. Suddenly, a group of young apprentices arrives, each carrying a small pouch of murex snail shells. These purplish shells held the precious dye for Babylon's most prized garments, the royal purple robes. You recall that immense amounts of snails were needed to produce just a hint of dye, making the color more valuable than gold. According to a mainstream historical fact, the process for producing Tyrian purple began in earlier Canaanite cities, but was trade copied by Mesopotamian artisans. Still, it's rumored quirky fringe that some Babylonian nobles paid extra to have their purple robes infused with snake venom, believed to hiss off evil spirits. Yes, they were basically wearing fear as fashion, truly the original venom chic. You lean closer to inspect the purple-stained fragments on an apprentice's hands. The apprentice grins sheepishly, hands tinted like a bruised night sky. You can't help but crack a joke. At least your laundry day has a purple mood ring effect. He laughs, then wipes his hands on a scrap of sacrilege you think, but perhaps a pragmatic choice if you value speed over style. Walking along a narrow corridor, you notice how certain fabrics reflect light differently. A linen shawl appears creamy white, indirect sun, but when folded just so, it reveals a nearly translucent shimmer. In contrast, wool absorbs light, casting soft shadows in its folds. You run your hand along both fabrics, thinking about how washing methods must honor these differences. Linen, when sun-bleached, retains a crispness that feels almost icy against your skin. Something to consider next time you're fashioning a toga for hot afternoons. Meanwhile, wool, once dried and slightly felted, gains a denser feel, like a cozy blanket you might choke on if your cat decides to nap on it. Modern problem, ancient fabric. As you step into a slightly larger yard, you spot looms where apprentices work on fine shagoo shawls made of imported Egyptian flax. These were lighter than local linen, prized for their sheen. Fringe tidbit number 3 rumor says some Egyptians fed flax stalks, music playing harps and flutes to fields, and Babylonians believed that produced a more musical weave. If that's not a funky town story, what is historians still argue whether these superstitions influenced actual textile quality, or were elaborate marketing designed to justify exorbitant prices? You decide to stroll toward a storage room where bolts of fabric stand upright like silent sentinels. Labels, tiny clay tags identify weavers, fabric type, and even intended owners. A bolt of wool labeled "For House of Ishtar Priests" catches your eye. You wonder if those priests ever paused washing to debate divine laundry ethics. Then there's a stash marked "Citizens of Gursu District," intended for everyday use. You note how color-coded these storage methods feel, almost like modern warehouses categorizing stock by SKU. A light jest escapes Babylonian logistic management was on par with your cousin's obsession for organizing her pantry by spice color. You meander through an adjacent room where a few garments lie soaked in large tubs of water infused with crushed pomegranate rinds, an impromptu mordant for dyeing processes. Pomegranate tannins, fixed colors, and ancient fixative you might compare to modern fabric softener, except it also left a sweet, sour scent. You breathe deeply, picking up on apple-like undertones. Your modern self thinks about scented laundry pods and wonders if Babylonian wardrobes ever doubled as personal fragrance dispensers. In that moment, you recall last night's river chant, "Enki grant us purity," and how the absence of soap is somehow offset by the combination of water grit and detailed knowledge of fabric properties. The weaving and laundering cultures were inextricably tied. A coarse woolen sack needed a sand ritually smoothed over it. A delicate linen shawl required immersion and gentle wringing. Egyptian flax needed careful bleaching so as not to dissolve under the sun's harsh gaze. You feel a tug of admiration for these ancient textile connoisseurs. They were the original fabric whisperers. An interesting fringe tidbit surfaces. Some wealthy Babylonians claimed that if you washed a linen garment with water drawn from a specific holy well, it would gain extra durability. The well in question was rumored to have once been blessed by a temple priestess whose great-grandmother bathed calves there for fertility rituals. Whether those stains ever truly disappeared or simply got recast as holy symbol prints, nobody seems to know. Historians still argue whether such well-water rituals were practical or pure propaganda. Either way, it made laundry an entire social event, complete with storytelling and maybe a side of semi-sacred wine. Your stomach rumbles, and you realize it's time for a break. Down the alley, an aroma of roasted grains and spiced lamb drifts from a tavern. But before you go, one last look at a rack of flamboyantly patterned shawls pinned to a wooden stand for inspection. You recognize motifs, zigzag patterns, lotus flowers, various god symbols, each design carrying not just aesthetic value, but social and sometimes religious meaning. If you dared to wear a shawl with Ishtar's emblem on a day meant for Marduk, you'd likely face an eyebrow raise or two, maybe even a formal reprimand in a public square. Fashion Police Babylonian edition. As you step out into the bustling market street, where sandals, textiles, and spices jostle for space, you sense that every fiber around you has a story. The shearing of sheep on distant plains, the spinning by candlelight in tight quarters, the dye pots scalding colors into stubborn permanence, all of it influences the future wash, how long to scrub, where to hang, which well water to use. Your own tunic, now draped over your shoulder, feels heavier as you consider these complexities. You smile, spotting a modern parallel laundry instructions on a crisp white tag machine, wash cold, tumble dry, low, versus Babylonian instructions carved into clay cuneiform tablets that might read, soak at night in Enki's river, beat thrice at sunrise air in temple courtyard at noon. An elderly merchant haggles with a buyer over a roll of fine wool. The merchant exclaims that wool from the Zagros region has a scent reminiscent of mountain pine. This claim may be half true, half poetic license. You can almost picture goats frolicking among cedars. The buyer crinkles his nose, muttering that last winter's shipment smelled like old sheep hay, not pine. You grin at how some grievances never change. No matter the century, someone somewhere is always complaining about bad odor in textiles. Finally, you reach a small courtyard where an older woman carefully hems a mid-weight linen skirt. Her fingers work the thread with the precision of a surgeon one misplaced stitch, and the hem will unravel like early morning dreams. She hums a lullaby your grandmother used to sing. Times have changed, but lullabies are eternal. You watch, entranced by the dance of her needle, thinking about how careful she'll have to be when this skirt returns to last night's riverbank. One too vigorous scrub could tear a seam and set off more work. And what a story wash, wear, repair, repeat. You step back into the market's chaos, the tapestry of textiles wrapping around you like a comforting blanket, though not literally, because it's July, and you're sweating enough to feel the weight of the sun on your own skin. Still, you relish this newfound appreciation of fabric, the coarse, the fine, the dyed, the undyed, each bearing a fingerprint of its origin, each demanding a tailored washing ritual. You realize that for Babylonians, laundry was never just a chore. It was the complex interplay of culture, commerce, devotion, and chemistry. Their textile culture defined social status commoners in rough sheep's wool, elite citizens in Egyptian linen, and you can almost see them crossing the Tigris in boats heaped with bolts of cloth, each labeled and destined for a specialized wash cycle. As you wander back to your quarters, you feel a bit smug. Smug because you now possess arcane wisdom on how to treat each thread as if it were a fraying lifeline. The sun rises higher, painting the mud brick walls in hues of ochre. Tomorrow's laundry awaits, and you won't be fooled by fabric again. You'll ask the right questions. Is it wool? Is it linen? Could it have been blessed by a priest? That knowledge you conclude is power, or at least it's pretty helpful. When you're up to your elbows in water, elbowing your younger brother aside for better sand access at the river, you prop your tunic on a wooden peg to air out, then slip inside to grab a sip of watered-down date wine from a clay cup. It's a gentle sip enough to take the edge off, but not enough to blur these new insights. You allow yourself a final joke. Who knew that understanding Babylonian textiles would save me from shrinking my favorite tunic? Indeed, it's a relief that no one is forced to iron linen by pressing hot pottery shards over an open fire, although if they did, that would be one fiery laundry day. Finally, you curl into your reed mat linen, covering your legs like a promise. You feel pleasantly tired knowing you can discard the mental image of that kid getting splashed at the river, for now there's a new pre-bed ritual dreaming in threads. As crickets resume their nighttime symphony and the courtyard roosters crow a premature duet, you drift with visions of wool linen and sacred laundering rites, heart calm and mind spinning with tactile details of ancient Babylonian life. You rouse as the pale glow of dawn seeps through a narrow slit in the mud brick wall, and you remember last night's revelations about fabrics. Now you're about to dive into the watery veins of Babylon itself, its canals, wells, and cisterns that dictated who got a weekly scrub down and who had to wait until the next flood. The courtyard outside carries a gentle clatter of wooden buckets against clay jars, and a faint musk of damp earth mingles with hints of date syrup from early morning traders. You stretch, feeling the faint ache in your arms that reminds you of that trusty wooden paddle you borrowed last night at the Euphrates. Today, though, you'll follow water's route before it meets cloth. The first thing you notice is how integral water is to daily life. No city dweller in Babylon could escape its presence. Mainstream historical fact: by around 2000 BCE, Babylonians had built an extensive network of canals, thousands of miles winding across southern Mesopotamian plains, primarily for irrigation, but secondarily serving domestic needs like laundry. You step into the street and hear a soft, trickling hum as water flows through narrow channels carved into the mud. The street's cobblestones form gentle gradients so that excess water from household chores seeps into these sluices, ensuring a semblance of sanitation rather than a sloshing swamp. You can't help but compare it to today's storm drains. At least Babylon's allowed you to daydream without the dread of a surprise car splashing. Your first stop is a communal well at the center of your neighborhood, a cylindrical pit, lined with baked bricks and covered by a sturdy wooden lid. As you push aside a loose wooden hatch, a cool breeze rises from the depth, carrying the faint scent of algae, something like summer pool water with extra mud. You don't need to descend. A leather bucket with a hemp rope dangles into the well, bobbing slightly. The well water here is considered prime for sensitive fabrics like fine linen. A rumored fringe tidbit claims that if you draw water exactly at sunrise and belt out a triumphant ta-da, the dewdrops in the water will give your garments an extra sheen. Historians still argue whether this sunrise chant was a genuine ritual or just a story concocted by overly theatrical fullers. You take a gulp of water-cool air and lower the bucket, feeling the rope fray slightly under your fingertips. When the bucket slams back onto the ground, you're handed a small clay bowl by an elderly neighbor who tips a few ladlefuls into it. "For your delicates," she says, nodding toward a neatly folded linen scarf peeking from your satchel. No modern detergent pods here, just pure, slightly gritty well water that's surprisingly soothing against your cheeks. Leaving the well, you follow a network of shallow canals that thread between houses. Water trickles in narrow rivulets, feeding small troughs where children splash their hands. A light joke forms in today's world. Your city probably has someone tweeting about water conservation. Here kids chase miniature fish downstream, effectively testing washing techniques by dunking stray lint. A young girl beckons and lets you test the canal water against a wool swatch. You dip your fingers and feel a faint chill surprising. Given the desert climate, then rub the wool against the stone edge. Maybe wool is thirstier than your house cat. It wants every drop. Meanwhile, the canal's water reflects the morning sun in fractured shards, as if teasing you with an ancient Instagram filter. Not everyone in Babylon had easy access to these canals. Some households, especially those farther from the city's beating heart, relied on hand-dug wells, each a potential lifeline or death trap, depending on water levels. A mainstream fact, you recall many private wells were sunk into the underlying alluvial plain, tapping into groundwater that could vary in salinity. If your well water was too salty, your laundry might end up tasting like tears, literal tears, since too much salt would leave clothes stiff and brittle. Hence you often heard babblers at market whisper about the fountain of tears in the eastern quarter, an anecdote that someone's garments once snapped mid-chore, ricocheting a woolen sock into an astonished donkey's mouth. But wells weren't the only source. Rooftops played a starring role. During rainy seasons, households used ceramic cisterns to collect precious storm water. You climb a sturdy ladder to a flat roof where large clay jars, sealant coated inside with bitumen, wait patiently. You can almost hear the rain's faint drum, even though today's sky is cloudless. Still, you imagine last month's downpour water gushing over cylindrical rims, rushing through a spout that channels it into the cisterns. This captured rainwater was prized for its softness, lifting dirt from fibers without the harsh minerals found in river or well sources. A fringe tidbit surfaces rumor says wealthy families sometimes added crushed fresh basil leaves to their cisterns, believing it would imbue garments with a faint herbal aroma and perhaps ward off lice. Historians still argue whether this basil infusion was widespread or simply a gossip-worthy rumor among laundry rivals. You shimmy down a ladder and find yourself at ground level, moving past courtyards where wooden platforms support clay jars brimming with collected rainwater. A faint lavender scent wafts from one jar, courtesy of basil leaves baking in the sun. You scoop up a handful of this water and rub it between your palms. It feels almost silky, no grit whatsoever. As you approach a neighboring house, you see a woman pouring cistern water into a shallow stone basin, soaking an emerald green tunic that looks newly dyed. She lifts the tunic, and a fine bubble of foam forms where the color has run slightly proof that dye. You ask if she uses cistern water exclusively for vibrant colors. She nods, explaining that water loaded with minerals can mute hues and wear out fabrics faster, especially flax and linen. She flicks the tunic, displaying a vivid gleam that seems almost otherworldly against the dusty courtyard walls. It reminds you of modern advice to wash colored clothes in cold water, ancient wisdom applied without a machine-setting dial. As noon approaches, you decide to explore the city's grand canals that stretch beyond residential alleys into agricultural expanses. Walking along a raised embankment lined with poplar trees for shade, you see canal water pumped by shut-off mechanisms, a counterbalanced pole with a bucket on one end dipped into the canal, then raised to spill into adjacent fields. A light joke crosses your mind. Imagine calling it ancient hydropower, though instead of turbines, it's just a guy or a granny hauling water up and down all day. You spot a team of oxen pulling a large-wheeled scoop, a sakia, gently rotating as a slave pours water into it. Even this technology trickles into domestic life. Near field canals sometimes overflowed gently into wider channels, allowing neighborhoods to reuse irrigation water for laundry. You pause to cup a handful, noticing a faint greenish tint from algae. Something about lunchtime productivity, you suppose. Drifting away from irrigated fields, you enter a working-class district where narrow alleys twist between 1- and 2-room mud brick homes. Many of these homes lack direct canal frontage, so they rely heavily on wells and cisterns. A young man heaves a clay jar onto his shoulder, trudging toward a small courtyard. He explains that most households combine sources well water for heavy wool canal water for coarse sackcloth, and cistern water for delicate linen or dyed garments. You scratch your head 3 wash cycles for 3 water types. No wonder Babylonian laundry day needed a day planner. A fringed detail surfaces. Some Babylonians believed that mixing water sources could generate a balanced cleanse, a pseudo-hypothesis akin to today's notion of balanced diet. Historians still argue whether this practice of mixing waters was about chemistry or purely superstition, but either way, it adds layers to your understanding. Passing through a wider street, you notice potholes filled with rainwater that has settled overnight when the canals were closed for maintenance. Children play in these puddles, bobbing tiny reeds as makeshift fishing poles, hoping to catch the small minnows that sometimes get flushed from the canals. You catch yourself imagining modern children posting Babylon puddle fishing on some time-traveling social media outlet. A light jest pops in. At least these kids get a lesson in water recycling. Your nephew probably just dumped soapy water down the sink without a second thought. Nearby, a well-to-do merchant's courtyard gleams under a partial shade cloth. You slip behind a low wall and find 2 slaves carefully pouring water from a brilliantly glazed ceramic jar imported from as far away as Elam. This imported vessel was rumored to preserve water freshness for longer, keeping it free from algae growth. A quirky fringed tidbit whisper turns among laundry workers claim that if you stored water in an Elamite ceramic pot for precisely 3 days, it acquired a supernatural clarity that reduced wrinkles in linen, essentially an ancient anti-wrinkle lotion. You can almost picture Babylonian influencers hawking these finer points. Get that Elamite clarity, no Botox required. Historians still debate whether this rumor was actual practice or just luxury marketing. Moving on, you reach a wider canal where a small flock of pigeons pecks at muddy edges, hunting insects stirred by flowing water. You catch sight of a slender boat no more than a few reeds lashed together, pushing slowly toward a stone embankment where a fuller waits. The fuller loads a bundle of hemp sacks onto the boat, motioning the boatman to ferry them upstream. These sacks, rough and scratchy, are destined for a long canal stretch where sediment sinks deeper, giving water a clearer wash. You imagine a Babylonian Craigslist hemp sack for rent, cleaned in cleaner waters upstream, 5 shekels for 1 week rental. A light joke escapes. Thank goodness they didn't advertise on stone tablets, or spam would be a real problem. Suddenly, you realize how proximity to water dictated social status. Wealthy households near main canals never worried about hauling heavy jars. A line of servants would ferry water straight into their kitchens and courtyards. Conversely, poorer families ended up waiting in long well queues, the evening sun baking the bricks overhead. You recall that uphill battle at the well where the rope frayed ominously last night. You get the picture. A fringe note, it's whispered that families living near canal overflows sometimes scooped water directly at night, thinking no one would notice, though that's akin to leaving your Netflix login credentials for neighbors. Historians still argue whether these midnight laundry raids were commonplace or just tales to scare kids into behaving. Cycling back toward your quarter, you follow a series of narrow channels that double as drainage and laundry runoff. It's clever, really, wastewater, from laundry dribbles out to fields, giving crops an extra boost, albeit at the cost of slight wool residue that might irritate knees of grazing sheep. A light joke, modern gray water recycling programs could learn a thing or two from Babylon, except maybe skip the sheep irritation part. The faint croaking of frogs and chirping of geckos accompany your journey, reminding you that even wastewater has a life cycle here. Finally, you find a shallow canal branching into a small fish pond near your dwelling. You crouch and watch minnows dart around some nibble on leftover grains that drift from distant granaries. This fish pond is partly fed by laundry runoff, so it's like an ancient recycling loop that ends with fish dinner for the family. You can almost hear the hearty laughter of a dinner table where grandparents recall those days when fish tasted like wool and soap-free grime. Sarcasm is gentle. At least the fish get a protein boost, no modern probiotics needed. As you rise, you notice your own reflection wavering in the water. Your face, faintly dusted with last night's sand, gazes back. Tomorrow, you'll visit a canal temple where priests bless the waters before laundry festivals. For now, you tuck your feet in, grateful that at least your family's linens won't shrink into doll-sized tunics, provided the water isn't too saline. You step onto a small bridge arching over a narrow canal, watching ripples spread like subtle whispers. A leather-bound water jug swings at your side, reminding you to ration your well water supply for tonight's laundry. No more free rides from canals. The sun's warmth peeks over the city walls, illuminating water and mud in the same breath. You run your fingers along a carved inscription on the bridge's stone parapet, reading a fragment, "May the waters flow pure as Marduk's mercy." You snort softly, thinking that Marduk might prefer a clean shirt anyway. With that, you make your way back through winding alleyways toward home, the soft clack of wooden wheels in the distance evoking horse-drawn carts rather than modern vehicles. You feel the echo of last night's chants now replaced with the gentle hum of water channels guiding you. Laundry schedules hinge on these waterways. A flood of canal water invites mass washing in neighborhoods, while a dry season forces reliance on wells. And you equipped with knowledge of which water does what feel ready for anything, be it a stubborn wine stain on a reed mat or the lingering must of sheep wool. You pause once more at the edge of a small courtyard, well noticing how children gather at its lip, their chattering indistinct but persistent. You glance at your own tunic, still hanging to dry in the brightening light, and smile. The world of Babylon's water is as complex as any modern city's plumbing. Perhaps more yet, woven into it is a rhythm as soothing as gentle ASMR. Tonight, when you return, you'll treat your tunic to a mix of well water and canal refreshment, paying homage to a system that predates municipal water bills by millennia. For now, you head home with the sun's rays brushing your shoulders. Tomorrow will bring more laundry adventures, maybe a pilgrimage to the blessed temple waters, or a lesson from a full-stack well digger. Either way, the channels of Babylon have spoken, and you're listening. You navigate through a narrow alley lined with low, sun-baked walls, the hum of midday activity flickering in every corner. Donkeys, braying, merchants haggling, and faint but insistent, the rhythmic thud of wooden paddles against hollowed logs. This is the Fuller's Quarter, where professional washers, fullers, have long been central to Babylonian laundering. As you step into a small courtyard, dominated by several huge vase-shaped vats sunk into packed earth, the air is tinged with a pungent mix of fermented grape must and ash, an oddly aromatic reminder that laundry here is equal parts chemistry lab and community gathering. You approach one fuller, a burly man named Enud, whose muscular arms gleam under a sheen of sweat. He grips a sturdy wooden paddle, its surface worn smooth from generations of scrubbing. A mainstream historical fact, fullers were a recognized profession in ancient Babylon, often organized into guilds that regulated standards for cleaning techniques, pricing, and even apprenticeship, a precursor to modern unions, minus the healthcare plans. And it flashes you a grin that's halfway between hospitable and competitive, as if sizing up whether you'll understand his craft or just sneeze at the smell of ash. He gestures to a pair of hollowed logs, each braced on short stone supports, filled with a muddy slurry of water ash and a handful of crushed plant materials. Inside, several garments, mostly woolen tunics and heavy kalu cloths, float like bedraggled boats. Enid's apprentice, a gangly youth named Shumashara, wades in bare-chested stomping to keep the slurry well mixed. You catch yourself holding your breath, bracing for some sulfurous revulsion, but the smell is surprisingly earthy, almost like roasting chestnuts mixed with old campfire smoke. Enud explains that this concoction, known as Fuller's Earth, is largely composed of fine clay ash and leftover grape or date husks. Combined with water, it forms an abrasive paste that helps lift oil and dirt from heavy fabrics. He says, "This is our basic scrubbing medium. It's cheap, it's plentiful, and it works." Shumeshara hammers a wool tunic against the log with the wooden paddle, each strike echoing like a heartbeat. The sound is so rhythmic that for a moment you feel as if you've wandered onto the set of some ancient percussion concert. A light joke slips from your lips, reminds me of college drumming practice, only with less coordination and more dirt. Shumashara cracks a laugh, sloshing grayish water onto his feet, and you get a fleeting glimpse of a camaraderie rooted in this shared grind, literally. Around you, a few other fullers wield similar paddles, pounding clothes in tandem, creating a chorus of thunk-thunk that dissuades any desire for midday pondering. You take a closer look at the hollowed logs, noting how shallow grooves line the inside. Enid notices your interest and says, "These grooves help channel abrasive particles into the fibers." He scoops a handful of slurry and rubs it between his fingers against a fragment of wool. Feels like sandpaper, right? But it doesn't tear the fabric if done right. He winks, as if only half joking, and you wonder if any modern clothes are sold with tags reading, "Not recommended for fuller's earth." A quirky fringe tidbit drifts into your mind. Some fullers added crushed snail shells to the slurry, believing the calcium carbonate would boost whitening. Snail shell fullers claimed a linen could sparkle like virgin snow even in the desert. You ask Canute if that's true. He shrugs. Maybe it's the calcium. Maybe it's the smell that fools people, reports vary. Historians still argue whether snail shells were effective or just another pricey, wasteful fad akin to today's charcoal detox face masks. You imagine Babylonian influencers flogging snail shell cleansing. Your whites will cry tears of joy, literally, if full of calcium. Beyond the vats, a low-walled enclosure holds dozens of large ceramic jars filled with ammonia-rich urine. This might sound revolting because it is, but Babylonians knew that aged urine's ammonia dissolves grease. Local fullers would collect urine from public latrines, let it sit until it stank of victory, then splash it into their vats. Enid waves his paddle over the jars, releasing a small waft you detect from a respectful distance. "This stench is gold laundry," he says. "No soap, no problem." You force yourself to inhale lightly, though the urge to cough flickers at the back of your throat. "Great for grease," he continues, "but you'll smell like an avocado toast bar in a jiffy." As Shumashara lifts a tunic from the vat, he tosses it onto a nearby stone slab and begins to beat it flat, squeezing every bead of sludge from the fibers. Each smack sends damp fabric radiating outward, and a murky water spray arcs into the air, catching sunlight like murky fireworks. You step back, trying to avoid a splash that would relegate your tunic to Fuller's reincarnation. The contrast between the silent intensity of the logs and the sudden spray patterns reminds you of that time you tried doing laundry in college, using borrowed enthusiasm and questionable machines. Except here, every move is precise, honed by years of apprenticeship. You wander to a corner where a low bench supports a clay tablet listing rates and regulations stamped in cuneiform. The Guild's decrees insist on a minimum 2-hour cleaning window for heavy wool, a 1-hour soak for worsted wool, and a half-hour gentle scrub for linen. Patrons prepay with barley or olive oil rations rather than coin. You watch as a matron hands over 2 small clay tokens, a payment that corresponds to a loincloth, 2 tunics, and a shawl to ensure her husband's traveling cloak sees out the next campaign free of foul odors. A fringe detail rumor says some patrons tried to bribe apprentices to rush their garments, leading to botched jobs and oddly torn hems. Historians still argue whether such bribes were common or merely cautionary tales told by honest fullers to keep their apprentices honest. A group of women stands nearby gossiping about which fuller has the gentlest hands. One declares that a certain elderly fuller named Basru treated her baby's christening gown so delicately it emerged without a single crease. Another counters that Basru's prices are as steep as the ziggurat. You join in half joking about the modern concept of five-star laundry services, although here five-star means 5 donkey loads of sludge rather than pressed starch. The women laugh, debating whether to recommend a nude or wait a week for Basru's availability. Your head spins. Who knew laundry could be such a high-stakes social battlefield? Nearby, a slender scribe sits cross-legged on a mat chalking cuneiform marks into fine-grained clay. You edge closer and read the lines, Item 1 wool tunic, 2 shekels, fulling, smearing, beating 2 gur of water. You frown at these measurements. Gurs, a large volume, measure approximately 300 liters. Buffaloes of water for a single tunic. You blink. That's like washing one sweater with a bathtub's worth of water. But a nude explained that the gur measure covers multiple garments in a batch, so the scribe's data isn't for a lone tunic, but for a household's entire weekly load. You scoff at modern water bills. At least your washer's meter spins slower than a ziggurat's gloom-shaded staircase. Backing away from the scribe, you stumble into a shallow trough where apprentices rinse beaten cloths. Clear canal water runs through a carved channel, rushing over fabric scraps, carrying away grimy water. You dip a finger into this flowing current and feel a slight chill. A gentle aside, if your city still had open troughs, risk-averse parents would have a heart attack. Washing machines with gated drums feel so peaceful by comparison. You dunk a wool shawl in the trough, watching the muddy water swirl downstream like a miniature storm surge. It's oddly meditative. Pulling your gaze up, you notice that the Fullers Guild employs an overseer who monitors quality control. He inspects emerging cloth, feeling it between thumb and forefinger, checking for residual grit. If a garment fails his scrutiny, it's back to the vat for another round. A fringe rumor, those who dared to bribe the overseer supposedly ended up with fabric that shrank so much it could fit a toddler. Historians still argue whether this was retributive sabotage or myth, so full of woven intrigue. You sidle over to a side bench where some apprentices repair small tears before wash day. Using rudimentary needles crafted from bone and coarse thread plucked from leftover wool, they mend minor rips. One apprentice carefully sews a slit in a tunic's hem, muttering something that sounds like, "If you don't fix this, you'll look like a wandering goat herder the next time you march to the market." A light jest forms tailoring, and laundry seem to go hand in hand, kinda like your modern dry clean only items that always cost extra. A sudden shout rings out. A patron has arrived with a large sack of unsigned garments, claiming his washer knows his fashion sense better than he does. And Nude hurries over, draping a measuring rope around the patron's shoulders to estimate load size. He scribbles the estimate onto a clay token, marking it to be redeemed later. This system reminds you of restaurant pagers, only instead of buzzing to pick up food, you're waiting to retrieve your laundry minus the mozzarella sticks. Soon enough, a tunic emerges from the vat water, dripping rhythmically like a slow speech. in a crowded assembly. Anud wraps it in a coarse linen cloth, instructing the apprentice to carry it to the pounding stones across the courtyard. The trace of fermented grape and ash lingers in the air, but beneath it you detect a faint aroma of honey. Someone's scented an apprentice's palms, perhaps to mask the stink. You recall the fringed tidbit some fullers believed that rubbing a bit of honey on fingertips before washing protected their hands' moisture. Historians still argue whether it really helped or just attracted bees, turning laundry days into accidental summer picnics. You watch the waddling procession apprentice tunic pounding stones. A sudden breeze carries the sound of water splashing and a distant lyre player practicing a tune about Ishtar's descent. It's a jarring mix, industrious labor underscored by dreamy music, as if Babylon itself is straddling hard work and heavenly aspirations. You can't help but think of modern work-life balance memes. Fuller's earth mud by day lyre, serenade by evening. It's almost poetic, except for the smell with no Febreze in sight. You just have to hope the clay walls block most stench. Before you leave, Enud offers you a small clay bowl of water to rinse your hands. You dunk them, brushing off residual grit. The water looks milky, but your fingers emerge surprisingly clean, as if the abrasive clay particles scrubbed themselves off. You imagine hyperbole. When in Babylon, the fuller's slurry is your spa. It's weirdly satisfying, like stepping out of a stress ball factory with hands that finally feel free. You step toward the exit of the guild courtyard, and Enud calls after you. Tomorrow, come by for a demonstration on dye fixing, hinting at the upcoming interdependence of laundry and color. You nod, thinking it's a polite way to ensure a tip. As you glide away, the guild's cacophony of paddles, beating stones, and bubbling vats slowly fades, replaced by the distant chatter of markets and the relentless flow of canals, guiding you onward. Walking out, you realize these fullers are akin to today's expert dry cleaners, except they wield mud and urine instead of machines and detergents. This guild structure, with overseers, apprentices, and regulations, reminds you that laundry was never a purely domestic affair. It was big business interwoven with social status, religion, and even local politics. Who knew that something as mundane as washing clothes could require a dedicated profession, complete with quality control and gossip about bribes? Certainly not your past self, who thought washing a sock was as far as you'd ever need to go. As you rejoin the bustling street and your tunic billows in the midday breeze, you sense that you've glimpsed a fundamental pillar of Babylonian society. Tomorrow, you'll watch as these same fullers move from washing to dye-fixing, coloring, the very fabrics they've cleansed, proof that in ancient times, washing and wearing were inseparable arts. You step into a shaded courtyard that still smells faintly of ash and grape must from yesterday's fuller's vats, and you realize laundry here is less about bubbles and more about basic chemistry. Tonight, you're diving headfirst into the world of soapless cleaning techniques. Imagine running a lab experiment in a mud brick house under a flickering oil lamp. No Tide Pods, no enzymes, just alkaline ash, crushed plant saponins, and enough ammonia-rich urine to make your nose threaten revolt. But before you cringe too hard, remember, you've seen fullers pounding wool on hollowed logs and church-like chants to Enki. Now it's time to understand why they didn't need foam if they had science, superstition, and stubborn creativity on their side. You squat beside a low bench where 3 clay bowls rest, one filled with fine wood ash, another packed with crushed niter-rich plant pods, and the third steaming slightly with stale urine you definitely don't want to touch directly. A mainstream historical fact around 1500 BCE Babylonians discovered that ash from burned date palm fronds produces an alkaline solution when mixed with water, effectively breaking down grease and oils and textiles. You dip a finger into the ash water mixture, it feels slick, almost soapy in texture, but it's gritty enough that you can count individual particles. Your mind drifts back to last night's riverbank, scrubbing under the moon, the gritty sand against linen. Tonight's sand is microscopic, trapped inside alkaline water, which makes you feel like an amateur chemist discovering a secret formula just by kneading wash water between your thumbs. You pour a ladle of ash water onto a filthy wool swatch rescued from the fuller's yard. The swirl of gray particles reminds you of stirred-up river silt, except this time it's intentionally purposeful. As you knead the cloth, you feel grime loosening, oil dissolving, like watching a butter-laden skillet degunk itself minus the charred popcorn smell. A light joke surfaces. If only my frying pan at home could pull off this level of self-cleaning. The ash's alkaline pH raises the cloth's fiber strands, expanding them, so the grime has no choice but to yield. You rinse the swatch in a bowl of canal water, and the difference is surprising, no suds. Yet the wool looks brighter, almost revived. Historians still argue whether ash-based cleaning was reserved for robust fabrics or if delicate linens underwent a gentler version. Either way, you're learning that not all laundry rituals were one-size-fits-all. Next, you turn to the bowl of crushed plant pods. These aren't ordinary peas. They're fruits from the soapberry tree rich in saponins that foam when agitated. You pinch a small handful and rub it between your palms, feeling a slight tingle as the saponins react with skin moisture. A fringe tidbit whispers in your mind. Rumor has it some Babylonians believed that washing with soapberry pods would ward off evil eyes, leaving your garments blessed as well as clean. Would that explain why certain tunics carried faint, lingering scents of bitter nuts long after the wash? It's hard to say. As you rub the pods over a soiled linen scarf, you see suds begin to form tiny bubbles that mirror modern soap lather. You wrinkle your nose, thinking of those trendy natural skincare influencers who peddle saponin cleansers today, blissfully unaware that their beauty hacks date back millennia. Speaking of beauty, or at least function, you press the soapy pod mash into the scarf's fibers, feeling them soften under your fingertips in a way mere ash can't match. A second mainstream fact, saponin-rich plants like soapberry or soapwort were widely used in Mesopotamia for cleaning delicate fabrics that couldn't withstand the abrasiveness of ash, particularly those dyed in vibrant hues. You recall seeing that emerald green tunic yesterday, tinted in pomegranate mordant. No wonder the woman used cistern water to keep colors vivid. Now you see why soap berries were essential. They lift stain particles, gently safeguarding intricate patterns. As you rinse the scarf in a basin of well water, You notice the soft foam swirling away, taking dirt with it. It's oddly satisfying, like scraping melted chocolate off a mixing bowl, no modern dishwasher required. Yet you can't shake a light joke. Babylonians had their own version of Fabris, only it was a bitter nut bubble bath. You shake out the scarf and drape it over a wooden peg to dry the sun's early rays flickering through lattice windows. A faint whiff of nutty, earthy aroma lingers like hints of chai spice. You wonder if anyone ever tried adding fragrant herbs to saponin washes, rose petals, maybe. A brief breeze rattles woven reeds overhead as if to remind you there's one more ingredient waiting: ammonia-rich urine. You steel yourself and approach the third bowl, gingerly sniffing from a respectful distance. Your nostrils flare as a pungent ammonia wave charges at you, the olfactory equivalent of a wrestling slap. You flash back to last night's Fuller's vats, where piles of clay jars brimmed with aged urine, and realize there's a reason Fuller's wore simple tunics they expected to replace frequently. Still, the ammonia works wonders. It saponifies residual fats, dissolving oil-based stains in ways ash can't. A third mainstream historical fact: ammonia from fermented urine was a cornerstone of laundering heavy woolens and fatty garments like leather aprons, because it breaks down proteins and oils that even alkaline ash struggles with. You carefully dip a wool sleeve into the urine water, wincing when you feel the immediate burn as the ammonia attacks grime. The cloth stiffens as proteins denature, a process you recognize from modern cleaning science, albeit far crueler to fabric. A light joke forms. It's like a salad with dressing, only here the dressing eats away the salad instead of coating it. You agitate the wool with a small wooden paddle, the ammonia-laden foam hissing slightly as it works. Patches of grease vanish, leaving pale, dull areas where grime once clung. You flick the sleeve out and dunk it into fresh canal water. The contrast is jarring, the gray-stained section now a muted cream. It's not dazzling white, but it's respectable for a world without bleaching powder. Historians still argue whether ammonia treatments were health hazards for Fullers given the fumes and skin irritation involved. Some accounts describe Fullers developing chronic bronchitis from prolonged exposure. You tap your throat lightly, grateful that you only spent a few minutes testing this method rather than decades. Now that you've seen the three primary soapless techniques, ash for basic grease, saponin pods for gentle lifts, and ammonia for heavy-duty stains, you stand back and consider their interplay. Much like the well canal cistern water trifecta, Babylonians often combined these methods: ash pre-wash, followed by soap berry rinse, ended with an ammonia soak for truly stubborn spots. You can almost see Anud's Fullers orchestrating a symphony of grit suds and fizz like a Babylonian Cirque du Laundry. A fringe rumor floats that some high-status households maintained a trisecta washing station, one basin for ash, one for saponin foam, and one for urine, all lined neatly in a row under a reed awning. Locals swear that garments washed this way lasted 3 times longer, though skeptics point out that the frequent abrasiveness probably wore fabric faster. Historians still argue whether these trisecta setups were standard or mere extravagant stories passed down through gossip. A gentle gust picks up a stray fleck of ash that wafts across the courtyard, dusting your arms. You raise your arms, blinking, as ash motes dance before your eyes, reminders that cleaning in Babylon was literally a gritty affair. You recall that phrase from last night about linen shrinking if scrubbed too vigorously, and you wonder whether mixing ash and saponins might mitigate shrinkage? You test a small linen swatch first, dabbing it with ash water, then gently lathering with soapberry foam. It doesn't shrink, yet the texture feels smooth, almost silky. You pat it dry and think, if only my laundry machine at home could alternate alkaline and saponin cycles. The courtyard falls quiet, save for a distant lyre strum which seems like the universe's way of suggesting you reflect on the sensory overload, the sticky urine sting, the gritty ash scratch, the soothing bubble kiss of soapberry lather. You pause and sneeze as algae spores float down from yesterday's canal water, carrying your experiments. A light joke forms. At least allergies existed in ancient Babylon. Modern antihistamines would have been a whole new luxury. The sneeze snaps you back to reality. You're not here for a spa day, but to internalize crude chemistry in action. As you gather your bowls to move on, you think about the social implications. Not everyone had access to plentiful ash or soap berries. If you lived in a humble home near the dry southern canal, you might rely solely on ash, leading to rougher clothes with residual grit. Conversely, elites with lush gardens grew soapberry trees behind walled compounds, ensuring their linens glowed with gentle foam rather than gritty gray film. Of fringe note surfaces, some opulent households are rumored to have dyed their wash water bright colors, turmeric for yellow, indigo for blue, just to show off social rank. Imagine explaining to a laundry neighbor that your clothes soaked in purple curry water for effect. Historians still argue whether these fanciful dye washes held practical value or were purely ego-driven. You lift one last bowl, now empty, and pour its contents into a tiny channel that feeds back into a narrow courtyard drain, directing laundry runoff to nearby date palms. You'll hear a faint slurp as water seeps into the roots, nourishing the trees that will become tomorrow's sapling reeds. It's a sobering reminder that in Babylon, even soapy or gritty water contributed to a cyclical ecosystem. A light jest creeps into your mind. Recycle your rinse water, they'll grow the next generation of laundry tools. You smile at how, even with primitive resources, Babylonians practiced an early form of sustainability. Stepping out of the courtyard, you brush ash from your fingertips, feeling oddly accomplished, as if you just completed a chemistry midterm under torchlight. You think of your tunic hanging on the peg, now thoroughly air-dried, brightened by ash and softening by saponin. Tomorrow, it may receive a urine soak to tackle that stubborn goat fat stain left from last week's feast. But tonight, you bask in the knowledge that laundry here is an alchemy of nature's ingredients, each step guided by trial, error, and whispered lore passed down through generations. You walk toward your quarters, the smell of ash still clinging faintly to your nostrils, mingling with the sweet tang of soapberry and the residual ammonia tingle at the back of your throat. It's a sensory tapestry you'd never trade for store-bought detergent. As dusk settles and oil lamps flicker to life across rooftops, you imagine tomorrow's tasks, maybe learning dye-fixing techniques or exploring gendered laundry roles. But for now, you lean on a mud brick wall and inhale deeply, reveling in the gritty satisfaction of mastering soapless laundry chemistry. After all, who needs soap When you have ash plants and urine, it's crude, it's aromatic, and it absolutely will not pass modern health inspections, but it gets clothes clean Babylonian style. You step onto the flat rooftop of your mud brick home, the morning sun warming the packed clay beneath your bare feet. Last night's lingering scents of ash, saponin foam, and ammonia have faded, replaced by the crisp tang of fresh air. Now, you're about to master the final steps of the laundry journey, drying, beating, and sun-bleaching your garments to perfection. Gone are the days of tossing clothes into a modern dryer. Here, you embrace sun-worship rooftop breezes and rhythmic pounding on stone slabs. Remember that silky linen scarf you treated with ash and soapberry last night. Its damp threads rustle in the breeze, calling for attention. You lift the scarf, stretching it between calloused fingers. The sun's rays already feel hot against your skin, and you recall a mainstream historical fact. Babylonians routinely used midday sun to bleach and sterilize textiles, believing that exposure to direct sunlight not only brightened colors, but also banished lingering vermin, lice, fleas, and perhaps even malevolent spirits rumored to lurk in damp folds. You spread the scarf out across a low reed mat, anchored by small clay weights at each corner. A light joke crosses your mind. It's like putting your clothes on a tanning bed minus the salon fees and plus a slight risk of accidental scorching. Nearby, a woolen tunic, still damp from its ammonia soak, hangs over a wooden pole balanced between two clay pots. The wool fibers cling together, heavy with moisture. You recall how fullers pounded similar garments on hollowed logs to expel grime. Now you'll do something similar, but without the grime, just the rhythmic thwack of wet fabric against a stone slab. You pick up the tunic and carry it to a nearby slab of smooth limestone, set atop 3 stacked bricks. The limestone feels cool to the touch, a gentle reprieve from the heat of the noonday sun. The slab surface is worn down from years of beating grooves, tracing paths where water once pooled. A fringed tidbit surfaces, rumor has it, that some households tucked a handful of crushed eggshells beneath the slab, believing the calcium left behind in tiny scratches would subtly soften the wool over time. Whether this practice actually worked or simply delighted gossipy neighbors remains unclear. You drape the tunic over the slab and grip one end while Shumashara's younger brother, an eager apprentice, grips the other. You lift your ends and bring them down in unison. Thud, thud, thud. The impact sends small spouts of water and residual foam spraying from the fibers, glinting like micro fireworks in the sunlight. Each strike feels oddly cathartic, as if you're ridding the tunic not only of excess moisture, but also of some invisible weight you've carried since arriving here. A gentle breeze picks up, carrying a faint scent of date palms, and you pause to watch dust motes dance in shafts of sunlight. As you pound, the tunic begins to firm and condense. Fibers realign into a neat tapestry, ready to catch every stray sunray. You exchange a look with the apprentice. His eyes gleam with excitement, perhaps because he's been waiting to try out this sun-bleaching technique on his own prized linen shawl. You nod, signaling it's his turn. He hoists the tunic and drapes it over a pair of flat stones set on a slightly elevated platform. He begins the same pounding ritual, producing a sound so rhythmic it feels almost musical. You can't help but imagine this as part of a secret Babylonian drum circle, minus the lyre accompaniment. You step back and survey the rooftop. Around you, dozens of garments are pinned to reed racks and stoned ledges, linen shawls, woolen tunics, hemp sacks, kalu blends, and even a few rare Egyptian flax pieces that shimmer pale blue when wet. A light jest drifts. If these clothes had Instagram, they'd all be posting to rooftop goals right about now. Cushioned by the gentle thrum of pounding workouts, you note how serious everyone looks. No one wants a sun-bleached disaster. Linen left too long under the blaze can turn stiff and brittle. Wool overheated can smell like a sweaty sheepskin kept in a hot oven. Balance is key. You move to a woven reed rack, where a linen shawl with delicate fringes hangs by small clay pegs. The shawl catches the breeze, its fringes fluttering like grass in a meadow. You reach out and stroke a fringe, feeling how the sun has already tightened the weave. Historians still argue whether Babylonians used specific herbs like crushed chamomile or lavender in this final drying stage to impart a faint, pleasing fragrance. Some claim these herbs floated across rooftops like perfume, warding off dust devils. You lean in, inhaling deeply. You think you detect a whisper of something floral mixed with warm, sun-baked clay. Or maybe it's your imagination spurred by that rumor. Across the courtyard, a woman drapes a kalu cloth, a wool-linen blend over a low parapet edge. She's careful. This hybrid fabric shrinks less than wool alone, but still demands attention. A mainstream historical fact surfaces kalu cloths were prized because they combined wool's warmth with linen's breeze resistance, making them ideal for cold nights that turned into hot days. You can see why. The fabric on the parapet catches morning sunlight and glows with a honeyed hue. She gently pats the cloth, smoothing out any folds that might leave sun shadows, ensuring even bleaching. You admire her technique. She moves methodically, adjusting the cloth's position every few minutes to maximize exposure. It's like watching an ancient solar panel installer, but for clothes. You stroll over to a stack of stone slabs leaning against a low wall. These are waiting to be used for future beating sessions. A fringe rumor comes to mind. Some fullers secretly sanded certain slabs with a paste made from crushed donkey horns, believing that the horn's keratin content sharpened the stone's abrasive qualities, thus producing cleaner fabrics. Whether this actually improved washing or simply became fodder for neighborhood bragging rights is up for debate. Historians still argue whether donkey horn sanded slabs were widespread or just a fringe extravagance last seen in the quarters of wealthy cloth traders. The sun climbs higher, and you spot a few stray bird sparrows, perhaps, hopping from stone to stone, pecking at remnants of wheat grains inadvertently dropped by passing traders. A gentle aside, when you were a kid, you fed birds in the park with leftover bread. Here birds feed on ancient civic crumbs and contribute to the natural rotation of grains and dust. You chuckle to yourself, thinking that some things never change, humans tossing scraps, birds opportunistically munching. You notice that the reed racks on neighboring rooftops have quirks. Some are tilted slightly to the south, catching the brunt of the midday blaze, while others face east to snag gentle morning warmth. A woman adjusts an ivory-white linen tunic, flipping it so half faces west, half east. It's almost algorithmic optimized for sun cycle, minimize warp damage. You recall that medieval scribes later adopted a similar method writing treatises about cloth orientation. Maybe they got the idea from Babylon. You shake your head, amused by the timeless quest for optimal clothes drying. On your rooftop, the weather is mercifully calm, no sudden gusts to whip textiles off parapets or fling them into dusty gutters. A light joke emerges. Imagine waking up to find your prized purple robes caught in last night's sandstorm, now resembling abstract art. The thought sends a ripple of laughs through your mind, as if you can hear other foolers chuckling from rooftop to rooftop. Moving past the racks, you arrive at a shallow trough filled with fresh cistern water collected from recent rains and stored in bitumen-lined jars. A cloth's last rinse usually involves a gentle dip in this pure water to remove any residual ash or ammonia. You lean over, lowering a woolen scarf into the cool pool. It ripples with concentric circles, the early sunlight reflecting off its surface like a polished mirror. You submerge and press lightly, watching as the soap-berry suds from last night's wash surrender to these soft waters. The scarf emerges, water dripping in slow, symmetrical droplets. You rise, giving it a gentle shake that splashes tiny beads onto your sandal-strapped toes. The sensation is refreshing, like a surprise breeze on a hot day, but also tinges your nerves with anticipation. Every droplet means the scarf is one step closer to finished perfection. You drape the scarf over a slender reed frame set at the rooftop center. The frame sways slightly, its construction simple but effective, woven reeds bound by jute cords anchored by river stones at the base. You pause to admire the kite-shaped patterns formed by sunlight, filtering through weaving gaps, throwing geometric shadows on the rooftop floor. It's a natural art installation celebrating Laundry Day. A mainstream historical fact floats by. Reed frames like these were ubiquitous in urban neighborhoods. Their lightweight structure allowed for easy relocation to catch midday or afternoon sun. A fringe detail adds color. Rumor says some household dipped their reed frames in bleached gypsum water, believing the white surfaces would reflect extra sunlight onto damp cloth, hastening the drying and bleaching process. Scholars still argue whether this gypsum dip actually accelerated bleaching, or if it was just an excuse to turn laundry racks bright white, a style choice that might be mistaken for radical minimalism. As the sun peaks at its zenith, your tunic and shawl glow under intense light. You glance at your makeshift clock. If you wait another 2 hours, scorch marks might appear along edges. You adjust the shawl, pulling one end higher to catch an angled ray. You spot dust from a passing camel caravan drifting overhead. The particles cascade onto a nearby reed mat like fine golden glitter. You gingerly brush off stray specks from the wool, muttering a gentle aside. Now they're adding desert chic to the collection. The breeze picks up, ushering a wave of warmth through your hair like a hairdryer, but with natural flair. You lean back, arms behind your head, eyes half closed, the ASMR hum of high-pitched sparrows lulling you. Nearby, a masterful linen weaver inspects her work. She presses a damp, semi-translucent linen tunic between her palms, feeling for any leftover damp patches. She whispers to herself about timing not too long, or warp fibers will lose their crispness. You half expect her to be wearing protective gloves, but no such luxury exists here. Her fingers are stained faintly from yesterday's saponin baths. You sigh, recalling your own hands calloused and speckled with ash. A light joke drifts. If medieval dermatologists existed, they'd prescribe Kurdish donkey dung salve for that. As afternoon approaches, you decide to give your garments one final beating session. You gently lay the wool tunic on the same limestone slab and grab a well-polished wooden paddle. You bear down, thudding steadily thud, 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 until the last beads of moisture spray off shimmering like dew in an ethereal morning garden. The tunic's fibers align, feeling almost plush now, but still warm to the touch. You fold it, carefully patting any stubborn damp spots with a woven cloth. A fringe rumor surfaces some laundry fanatics with dust-beaten wool with a mix of cedar shavings and crushed myrrh, hoping the resin's fragrance would infuse the fabric. Historians still argue whether this aromatic dusting was practical or merely an opulent display of wealth. You step back and survey your rooftop domain, a panorama of sunlit garments waving in the breeze, each piece embodying the sweat science and superstition that breathe life into Babylonian laundry. Below, the streets continue their rhythmic hustle, unaware of these textile transformations happening overhead. You can almost hear imaginary modern commentators marveling, who needs a tumble dryer when you have the naked eye of Shamash watching over your clothes? As the day wanes, you gather your dried, beaten, and sun-bleached treasures: linen, shawl, wool, tunic, emerald green scarf, folding each as though it were a precious scroll. You carry them down the ladder to your courtyard, the rhythmic beat from the roof replaced by the muted clank of clay pots and distant calls of merchants. You may have felt like a chemist, a percussionist, and a monk in this process, balancing abrasiveness, softness, and sunlight to perfection. Tonight, these garments will rest in wooden chests, ready to don at the next Dionysian festival or market day. You step back, brushing ash from your fingertips one last time, heart swelling with a mix of exhaustion and quiet pride. The rooftop has revealed itself as an ancient dryer, a stage for sun worship and laundry mastery. In modern terms, think air dry setting, but with far more theatrical flair. No dryer sheets require just a dash of patience, communal effort, and a willingness to embrace dust. As twilight descends, you glance upward at rooftops across Babylon as garments catch final flecks of sunset gold. Tomorrow, you might explore gendered roles in laundry chores or witness the intersection of laundry and religious purification in temple precincts. But for now, the beating stones quiet, the reed racks slowly empty, and the winding arc of sun and moon shifts, signaling the end of another clothes-cleansing chapter. You slip back into the cool of your home, knowing that your garments, now bright and fragrant, will carry the story of sun bleaching and rooftop rituals into the next wash day. And as the last ember of daylight fades, those laundry racks stand silent, awaiting dawn's promise of another cycle under the ever-watchful sky. You rise before dawn once more, sensing that today is not a typical laundry day. It's that precarious cusp when seasons shift in Babylon and weather molds every aspect of washing. As you step outside, the air hangs thick with humidity, hinting that summer's scorch hasn't quite loosened its grip. Yet last night's distant thunder suggests winter floods may be on the horizon, sending ripples of anticipation through the city's canals. In days like these, Babylonians didn't simply follow a weekly laundry schedule. They followed the pulse of the land itself. So, you adjust your mindset. Today's laundry is a dance with weather, not a chore. You take in the courtyard's mellow glow. The sun has yet to crest the horizon, but you can feel its warmth gathering. A mainstream historical fact floats into your brain. Mesopotamia's climate swung between blistering dry summers and damp, flood-prone winters, driven by the annual monsoon pattern that fed the Tigris and Euphrates. These seasonal extremes dictated everything from planting cycles to city festivals, and crucially when and how people washed their fabrics. You recall how in Section 3 you marveled at canal networks shaping daily life. Now you realize those same canals could be both blessing and curse, supplying water for laundry, but threatening to drown it all during flood season. A gentle dusting of grit clings to your ankles as you walk toward the main canal. You notice how low water levels shimmer in neon-like bands across the muddy banks, evidence of a late summer ebb just before the rains. If you were a Fuller, you'd relish this slow current. Too swift, and your precious garments would drift into oblivion. Too still, and washing would feel like dunking clothes in molasses. A light joke surfaces. It's either your fabric gets carried off to some distant city, or it stews in a puddle. Either way, it's a gamble. As you squat by the water's edge, you dip a finger in. It's warm as a tepid bath, suggesting that midday sun will heat it further. Today's strategy strike before that oven-like midday heat roasts you in your tunics. Stepping back, you observe a few women balancing water jars on their heads, heading to private wells rather than testing summer's canal. Their robes billow gently, shimmering beneath the pale stars of early morning. You greet one and ask if they're collecting water for laundry. She nods, pointing to a jade-green linen tunic draped across her shoulder. She explains that during the late summer, her household refrains from canal washing. Too many impurities accumulate, turning water into a sludge fit for pottery, not garments. Instead, they rely on deeper wells, even if drawing from them feels like hauling buckets from the belly of the earth. A fringe tidbit drifts into your mind. Rumor says some families mixed a few sprigs of mint into their well water during summer, believing it would cool the wash and ward off heat rashes in their skin. Historians still argue whether mint-infused laundry was a pragmatic cooling agent or merely a fragrant superstition. You walk further down where idling boats tethered to reeds bob slowly, testaments to the canal's low flow. A young Fuller leans against a momentarily dry weir, waiting for enough water to pass to resume washing. You ask him when he resumes full-time laundering. He shrugs and says, "When the rains come." He points to the horizon where clouds gather like a storm-charged tapestry. "Until then, we clean what we can well water, for linens, cistern water, for dyed robes." He plucks a phantom mint sprig from his tunic fold and breathes in deeply, as if hoping the aroma summons a breeze. A gentle aside flutters through your mind. Babylonian laundry was less Sunday ritual and more weather roulette. A reminder that ancient schedules hinged on natural rhythms rather than digital timers. You pivot toward an inner courtyard festooned with clay jars, some filled with rainwater, others with well water. As you pass, you lift the lid of a cistern and peer inside. Cool, clear water glints in the dim light, promising relief from the canal's turbid depths. You recall Section 3's morning well ritual, nodding to the continuity of water sources, crested canals, humble wells, and stored rainfall. A light joke emerges. Babylonians invented a primitive water triage system, canal for pits, well for nits, cistern for skivvies. It's not far from the truth. Each source was judged for its mineral composition and seasonal purity. Up on a rooftop, several reed racks waver in the gentle breeze. Among them are sturdy kalu cloths, woolen tunics, and fragile linen shawls. You climb the ladder, noting how the breeze, though slight, seems to carry flecks of sand from a distant windstorm. The whisper of shifting weather fills the air as if the city itself is holding its breath for a change. You remember Section 6's sun-bleaching rituals and recall that high summer sun could scald fabrics, so you'll wait until cooler rays later in the day. A fringe rumor drifts. Some households believe that lining reed racks with pale reeds from the Euphrates Delta would imbue garments with moisture-wicking properties, thus preventing mildew in wetter seasons. Historians still argue whether this reed lining practice was widespread or merely a quirky fad among water-sporting elites. You shift your gaze toward the sky. Clouds have rolled in thicker, and the distant rumble, once subtle, now hints at promise the annual floods creeping closer. Clay jars on adjacent rooftops bubble as raindrops begin to patter. Suddenly, the air perfumes itself with petrichor, the scent of earth freshly kissed by rain. You inhale deeply, savoring it like a fine wine. A gentle aside tickles. If only my modern apartment smelled like this after a storm. No need for air fresheners when nature's doing the job. Back in the courtyard, you watch as households rush to reposition their laundry. Those with fine linens coax garments down from grills to avoid getting drenched by heavy raindrops that might leave stubborn water spots. A woman with a willow basket skillfully gathers a half-dried wool tunic, whisking it inside before the first big blot hits. Better dry a day late than ruin a hem, she calls out with a knowing grin. You nod, thinking how modern fabric care tags might read, "Do not expose to monsoon rains." Yet other washmen take a more defiant stance. They laugh and fling a sturdy kalu cloth into the downpour, believing that heavy rain can serve as a free rinse cycle. The cloth flaps wildly as if celebrating its liberation, and drips of water fly off in dizzying arcs. A light joke surfaces. Don't let Grandma see you doing that. She'll insist you use a basin and do it her way. But you admire their pragmatism. If the gods offer free water, you take it. You recall that in Section 3, you saw how canals overflowed into fields during winter, flooding entire neighborhoods. Now those same floods promise to reshape laundry practices yet again, maybe washing under a surging current like a wild spa treatment. A mainstream historical fact, Flair's Babylonians built seasonal schedules around the water months that span between late fall and early spring, when annual overflow turned fields into temporary lakes, renewable water sources for laundry, but also flooding threats to courtyards and basements. As the rains intensify, water from the canal swells, creeping closer to the houses. You slip on a pair of rawhide sandals and pad toward a nearby weir, where a fuller readies his wooden paddle for what he calls the flood-fueled fulling marathon. He says, when the floods come, we work day and night, rinse beat, rinse repeat, until the river claims us. You chuckle, imagining yourself bobbing in a raft of tunics as unwilling cargo. A delicate shimmer ripples across the courtyard floor as rain settles. You stand under a narrow roof, eve feeling rivulets trace your arms. A gentle drizzle transforms into a steady cascade that drums on clay roofs like the opening notes of a symphony. You smile at the sensory richness, the sound, the smell, the feel, all telling you this is laundry's wild card. A fringe rumor echoes. Some folks swore that if you submerged a linen garment in the first floodwaters, the yarn would bond tighter, creating a naturally shrink-resistant fabric. Skeptics scoffed, claiming that was likely a tall tale woven by laundry guilds to keep customers coming back. Historians still argue whether this flood-fortified linen was practical or purely a marketing ploy. Sheltered beneath the eave, you watch neighbors ferry laundry baskets under hastily constructed tarps, hoping to catch the next lull. Others run for wells. You see a mother guiding her child as the child squirms under the weight of a clay bucket. You nod sympathetically, fetching well water and weather, like this is akin to dragging a wet sandbag uphill, only wetter and smellier. A light joke surfaces. If that kid asked for allowance, you'd think twice before handing over a shekel. As the afternoon spills into early evening, the steady rain begins to lighten. Water cascades off rooftops in slender streams, dripping down walls. Pools form in low spots, and you observe a small flotilla of wet reeds left over from yesterday's wrecks bobbing gently. You wade through ankle-deep water to rescue a stray linen scarf clinging to a reed. Its fabric glides between your fingers, its color slightly muted by rainwater's effect on dye. You recall Section 2's market visit, where you saw pomegranate-dyed garments' color vibrancy could be compromised by heavy rains. You hold the scarf up to inspect it. Its hue remains a glowing gem against the gray wash of rain, suggesting that that particular dye was well fixed. A mainstream historical fact here, pomegranate skins offered a mordant binding dye more securely than some other natural dyes, providing resistance to both sunlight and erratic moisture, an advantage in a climate as fickle as Babylon's. Surveying the courtyard's muddy mosaic, you realize that most households now postpone final beating until tomorrow's clearer skies. For now, patience reigns. A fringe detail resurfaces rumor says that some laundry fanatics would intentionally let their wool trim sit in the damp for one night, believing the moisture would pre-shrink excess fibers, reducing shrinkage in future washes. Whether this was ingenious fabric care or simply damp folly, nobody seems certain. Historians still argue whether these pre-shrink rituals were an actual practice or urban legend meant to spook confused apprentices. Turning your gaze skyward, you see the clouds breaking rays of sun piercing through gaps like spears of light. The air carries a faint scent of burnt reeds and wet earth, a natural incense that soothes you like ASMR. You stretch your arms overhead, letting droplets drip from your sleeves. You feel a deep reverence for this cycle, the shift from drought to flood heat to drizzle, each pivot guiding laundry rhythms more than any edict from guild overseers or any pounding stone. You notice a small group of women returning to rooftop racks, assessing which garments remained salvageable. They carefully hoist partially soaked linens, shaking off excess water, preparing them for another round under tomorrow's sun. You offer them a nod of solidarity, shared struggle, shared pride. A light joke surfaces. I bet these linens have more adventurous travel stories than you and I combined. Their laughter ripples through the courtyard like a gentle wave. Finally, as dusk paints the sky in muted pastels, you find yourself standing on a slightly elevated platform by the canal embankment. The water has risen, but not yet reached a frenzy. Its surface reflects the lanterns from distant homes, twinkling like a field of fireflies. You recall Section 1's moonlit washing ritual. Now replace that with the soft glimmer of lanterns and the heavier thud of rain-off loaded laundry water. You feel that seasonal weight, knowing that tomorrow the weather might shift again, ushering in either blistering sun or relentless drizzle. In ancient Babylon, laundry was never just about scrubbing and rinsing. It was a commitment to weather's whims. You take one last inhale of petrichor and exhale slowly, letting the day's sensory tapestries settle. As darkness descends, your mind drifts to dreams of more stable times, clear skies, gentle breezes, and the perfect ripple-free canal, just right for plunging your favorite tunic. But tonight, you sleep knowing you've negotiated with nature, bargained for clean clothes, even when seasons threaten to wash them away entirely. You wake to the muted clatter of clay pots and the distant laughter of women already gathered around a communal well garments draped over their arms like ceremonial banners. Today, you're stepping into the private sphere, the household laundry rituals shaped by gender roles, where women shoulder most of the scrubbing and rinsing, and men, when they're involved, flirt with dye-making or trading freshly laundered cloth rather than plunging hands into soapy waters themselves. Imagine today's world with laundry influencers, but instead of YouTube tutorials, you have neighborhood whispers and soft-spoken village gossip, guiding who does what and when. You slip out of your room, careful not to disturb the woven reed mats below, and follow a narrow corridor toward a courtyard that feels alive with chatter. As you approach, you notice women in various states of undress, some in shift-like gowns, others wrapped in simple linen shawls, chattering over the gentle whoosh of water from a nearby canal spout. A mainstream historical fact comes to mind across Mesopotamia. It was overwhelmingly the province of women to manage domestic chores, including laundry from the early dynastic period around 2900 BCE onward. Men might ornamentally dabble in household tasks, but washing clothes was generally considered a woman's work, essential for maintaining familial well-being and honor. You watch a stout woman, her hair tied back with a length of flax, lift a muddy linen tunic from a shallow stone basin. Her palm flicks a sprinkling of ash onto the fabric, and she rubs firmly, almost meditatively, as if communing with the garment itself. The rhythm of her scrubbing rises and falls, with her soft humming a lullaby from your childhood that feels odd to hear in this foreign context. She catches your gaze and offers a wry smile. It's as though she knows you're learning a script no pamphlet ever taught one, where women's back-breaking work fuels the entire household's cleanliness. Nearby, another woman refills a clay jug with canal water, her gaze drifting to a bundle of woolen cloaks hanging from a bamboo frame. A light jest surfaces. Men could be off carving stone reliefs of their glory. Meanwhile, these women are wrestling rivers and ash to keep their families from looking like swamp creatures. She grunts approvingly at your discreet comment, her knuckles white from twisting the jug's handle. You shift your weight and notice that this courtyard has a small alcove where colorful cloths, red, yellow, deep indigo, hang for inspection. A fringed tidbit flits through your mind. Rumor has it that some noble women employed male apprentices as dye assistants, a rare reversal of roles that let men dabble in domestic spheres, but only under strict supervision. Scholars still argue whether such role-reversed dye workshops were widespread or little more than elite whimsy, whispered tales meant to showcase a household's progressive veneer. You cross to a low wooden bench where two women are sorting freshly cleaned garments. One, older, silver-streaked hair braided into intricate loops, holds a pale linen shawl up to the light, inspecting it for remaining spots or frayed threads. The younger woman, perhaps in her mid-20s, gently brushes the shawl's edge with a small comb made from date palm sticks, ensuring the fringe looks neat. You can almost see a thread traced from the washing slab up to this meticulous inspection. A light aside comes to mind. If this were a modern runway, these ladies would be shaking their heads at your wrinkled toga. Beyond them, a small fire crackles in a portable brazier. A man in simple wool trousers stirs a simmering pot of pomegranate skins, and a lum crafting a rudimentary mordant to prepare a batch of linen for dyeing. His movements are confident, almost ritualistic, as he adds small pinches of crushed murex shells to coax that coveted purple hue. You recognize his handiwork from yesterday's market trip royal windows of cloth shimmering in the sun. It strikes you as a mainstream historical fact that dye-making and the associated trade was often dominated by men who traveled caravans across desert routes to buy raw pigments and sell finished textiles. For them, being hands-on in the dye vats was both livelihood and pride. Meanwhile, women handled day-to-day cleaning chores, a separation of duties that reinforced broader societal divisions. You lean against a mud brick wall, feeling its coolness seep through your thin linen tunic, and watch as each person moves in a small choreography of tasks. The aged mother loads a pile of woolen blankets onto a reed rack, her posture stooped but steady. A teenage girl, her braided pigtails bobbing, fetches fresh canal water in clay cups and fills a basin. The humming grows louder as they work a tapestry of voices, as if they're singing an unspoken hymn to domestic maintenance. You can't help but recall the rhythmic pounding of tunics on a stone beat. Yesterday, Section 6, only here, every action is calibrated to ensure the household's laundry never grimaces into disarray. A curious detail emerges. You watch a young mother cradle her infant with one hand while scrubbing a dirty child's tunic with the other, an almost simultaneous act of care and labor. The baby squawks briefly, as if protesting the washing day's early hour, and the mother shoots a half-amused, half-exasperated glance at you. In that moment, you sense that in Babylon, daily laundry is not just scrubbing fabric, it's an intergenerational ritual, passed from grandmothers to mothers to daughters. You remember from Section 2 how weaving skills were often taught by family elders. Now you see that transmission extends to washing techniques where each generation adds its own tweaks, like mixing a few sprigs of mint in well water during heat waves, just as you saw yesterday. As the smoke curls from the brazier, the male dyer lifts a half-finished strip of linen from the pot, its edges now layered with a ruddy hue. He transfers it to a woman who stands by the alcove, and she examines it, nodding approval. You wonder if this woman is the household head or just the eldest daughter-in-law entrusted with quality control. A fringe tidbit floats up whispered gossip claims that some high-born women insisted on personally overseeing dye workshops, insisting that only their fingertips could sense the true readiness of fabric for the next dip. Historians still argue whether female oversight in dye workshops was pragmatic or simply a sign of aristocratic status. Flaunting, you drift to a corner shaded by a reed awning where an older man lounges on a woven mat sipping watered-down date wine. He watches the laundry procession with a thoughtful stare as though every flick of a cloth is a tale of pride or shame. A light joke surfaces. He probably paid good silver so he could supervise from a safe distance, much less elbow grease involved that way. A young boy sits beside him, sharpening a wooden paddle by scraping at its edges with a flint. You spot a smudge of ash on his cheek, evidence that he too is learning the family's laundry protocols. For him, the step from play to purpose is literal, as hands-on work begins early in Babylonian households. Nearby, you notice a woman glancing toward a stack of folded garments nailed to a low post, her husband's weekly tunics perhaps, while a male trader approaches carrying a basket brimming with dyed textiles for sale. He places the basket on the ground, and the trader inspects each piece, brushing fingertips over the weave. A mainstream fact swims to mind. In a city like Babylon, textile trade was a thriving economic engine. Men often traveled far to barter, making fresh cloth a prestigious commodity. The juxtaposition of laundry and trade highlights how clean garments weren't just about hygiene. They signaled status, virtue, and readiness for social exchange. In a society where appearance and divine favor were linked, clean clothes could mark you as pious, disciplined, and worthy of participation in temple rituals. But even as men navigate markets and dye workshops, they rarely step into the scrubbing arena. A fringe rumor says that if a man dared lift a wooden paddle to wash his own tunic, his mother-in-law would formally file a complaint dishonor stacked atop that stain. Scholars still argue whether strict taboos forbade men from laundry tasks or if exceptions existed in more egalitarian enclaves. Meanwhile, you notice a scant few men fetch water as if drawn by necessity, but the act is fleeting woman's work. They insist, scratching it off their life ledger. You approach the alcove and spot a young wife folding a pristine linen tunic, her fingers moving with delicate precision. She sets it aside for her husband's midday prayers, knowing that he'll appear before the council with immaculate robes. You recall Section 9's upcoming focus on temple purification, and you realize that clean garments often straddle both domestic and religious realms. In your mind, you compare this to modern etiquettes, where a crisp suit is expected at a wedding. Only here, the stakes include marring one's reputation before the gods themselves. A mother calls her daughter over handing her a batch of freshly rinsed wool wraps. The daughter nods and carries them toward the pounding stones at the courtyard's edge. You follow, And as she lifts the bundle onto the slab, you hear the thud, thud, thud carrying echoes of Section 6's rooftop beating. It's a callback meeting thread to stone to demonstrate continuity. Yet here, each strike feels impregnated with generational weight. Never mind the physics of moisture expulsion. This is a rite where daughters learn muscle memory and the importance of pride in household presentation. You sense the weight of social expectations. A poorly cleaned tunic could mean scorn, not just for the woman who washed it, but for her entire kin. Shifting back toward the alcove, you observe a wrinkled woman scribble marks on a piece of clay, an accounting of laundry tokens exchanged earlier in the week. You catch a glimpse of faded cuneiform, tallying the number of garments and the type of wash requested linen wool hemp. It reminds you of Section 4's guild regulations, but here it's domestic bookkeeping scribbled carelessly to track familial laundry costs. You realize that even at home, laundry is meticulously documented like a budget item teasing social currency. Suddenly, a gust of wind rattles the laundry rack, flinging a half-dried shawl skyward. It lands over a nearby well threads, brushing the stone rim in a soft brushstroke of linen. A light joke forms. At least they didn't have laundry quite so high-tech. Imagine bulky pulley systems sending shawls into the abyss. A woman darts forward to rescue it, her deft fingers grasping the fringe before it drifts further. She shakes it out, inspects the hem, and pronounces it good enough with a satisfied nod. You see the pride sparkle in her eyes, as if she's just won a minor victory. As midday heat intensifies, more women converge on shaded corners with bowls of soapy water, ready to rescue any items dragged by sudden breezes or unwanted sandstorms. It's a constant dance of vigilance where cottony waves of garments swell and recede, guided by invisible cultural currents. You note that despite men's roles in dye-making or trade, it's the women who hold the real power here, ensuring that every tunic, shawl, and cloak emerges from wash day with dignity intact. Before you leave, you spy a small group of elders, seated beneath a date palm, sipping watered-down wine and quietly debating the merits of allowing men to lift paddles in dire times. One declares it unthinkable. Another argues that in border villages where wars have claimed so many women, men must step in. Historians still argue whether crisis periods temporarily relaxed gendered laundry taboos. But one thing's clear: domestic chores adapt in the face of necessity, even in rigid social structures. You sip the wine offered by a hospitable elder and think their grudging respect for practical need resonates with modern crises when everyone pitches in regardless of gender. As you step away, tunic under your arm and mind whirring with these social threads, you feel the delicate balance between tradition and pragmatism. The women's songs of the canal and the men's humming over dye pots merge in your ears, forming an imaginary lullaby that dissolves the boundary between cloth and culture. In Babylon, laundry is not just a chore, but a social contract, one that binds families, neighborhoods, and even temples in a web of responsibility, pride, and occasional gossip. You walk through an archway toward the city's bustling streets, leaving the laundry courtyard behind. As you pass, the hum of voices, the slap of wooden paddles, and the whisper of wind through drying cloths swell into a symphony that accompanies your thoughts. For you, every clean garment you wear from now on will carry an imprint of these hands, women's hands, breaking cycles of grime, men's hands infusing hues, and children's hands learning legacy. And as Babylon's sun climbs overhead, you ponder how gender culture and the simple act of washing fabric intertwine, shaping a society one scrub at a time. You slip through the ornate entrance of Eanna Temple, the hush of marble floors, replacing the clamor of street stalls. This is the spiritual heart of Babylon, where laundry transcends mere cleanliness and becomes a divine ritual. You tread lightly, mindful that every step echoes ancestors who once walked these halls carrying bundles of garments for priestly inspection. In this realm, washing isn't just a genre of domestic labor, but a means to approach the gods with abiding respect. Historians still argue whether the laundry rituals here were codified by Hammurabi himself or emergent customs crystallized over centuries. Either way, you feel the weight of tradition pressing down like the final rinse of a linen shawl. You approach a broad courtyard flanked by carved basalt pillars, each etched with images of winged bulls and inscrutable cuneiform. In the center, an oblong basin filled with clear cistern water, fed from a nearby well, emits a gentle shimmer. Priests gather around with solemn expressions, their hands folded inside long, clean linen garments. A mainstream historical fact, by 1200 BCE, Babylonian temples mandated that worshippers present garments free of blood grease or clay, believing that divine forces would reject offerings deemed ritually impure. Today, you're about to witness the temple's laundry day for its own sacred vestments, an event whispered about in neighborhoods because of its blend of mystique and stringent rules. At the water's edge, Priestess Samanu, a figure you've heard described as the living bridge between Marduk and mortals, holds a pristine linen tunic aloft. Her pale fingers brush the hem in delicate inspection, her eyes scanning for any sign of discoloration or stray dirt. Each fault, no matter how faint, renders the garment unacceptable for temple use. You remember how in Section 1 you witnessed fullers using oily palms and gritty sand under the moon. Here, the same techniques would be sacrilege. No ash, no urine, only purified water and gloved hands. A fringe tidbit flickers in your mind. Rumor says Samanu once rejected a king's royal purple shawl because a single moth's wing scale marred its perfection. Scholars still argue whether that's an exaggeration or an actual anecdote preserved in oral tradition. But the story underscores how laundry here borders on reverence. The priests part silently as Samanu steps forward, dipping one corner of the tunic into the basin. The fabric laps at the water, and a faint ripple disturbs the reflection of the winged bull above. She murmurs a soft invocation, "O Marduk, may your cleansing presence flow through these threads." Her voice is a low chant, each syllable a bead of devotion. You feel your breath catch. A light jest clings at the edge of your mind. You thought your Sunday laundry prayers were devout. Try chanting hymns to a basin of water. Yet, within these walls, the jest would sound blasphemous. So you swallow it instead, focusing on the sensation of ritual weight and purpose. Samanu raises the tunic from the basin and drapes it over a slender reed frame set on a raised platform. The frame quivers as if alive, and the sunlight filtering through the temple's ziggurat-shaped skylight illuminates the linen, so it seems to glow. Two acolytes approach, with a basin of pure rose water gathered from ceremonial gardens, pouring it slowly over the tunic surface. As droplets cascade, you catch the fleeting scent of petals. A modern equivalent might be lavender-scented dryer sheet. But here, it's an act of consecration. The rose water exorcises any lingering impurities and imbues the garment with symbolic fragrance. Historians still argue whether rosewater was preferred over plain water because of its aromatic properties, or simply because temple gardens overflowed with roses that needed practical use. You step closer to Samanu, hoping not to disturb the scene. She plucks a fine brush made of goat hair and gently removes any minute speck of dust. Her movements are painstaking, choreographed by decades of training. You recall Section 6's pounding stones and sun bleaching. Here pounding would be sacrilegious, a violation of the sacred. Instead, each garment is handled as if it were a fragile votive offering. A fringe story drifts into your mind. Some Babylonians whispered that if a priestess sneezed near a garment, it had to begin the entire cleaning ritual anew. None can verify this. Historians still argue whether such extreme taboos existed or were later inventions to underline the garment's sanctity. A chorus of temple musicians strikes up a soft melody, a lyre's gentle strings accompanied by a steady hand drum. The sound sways through open archways, guiding Samanu as she conducts the second cleansing. She dips a wick made of woven linen into a bowl of freshly pressed date wine and flicks it across the garment's surface. This isn't about sweetening the fabric, it's about symbolic sacrifice, akin to sprinkling holy water. The sugar content in the wine helps catch stubborn stains under the sun's glare, but more importantly, it signals devotion. I offer this fruit of the earth to you, O gods, to sanctify this cloth. You imagine modern dry cleaning ads claiming we treat your clothes like royalty. Yet here, royalty bows to divine laundry. A lighter side lingers. Take that Parisian couture. From a distance, you hear the steady clank of bronze jars being carried by attendants. Each jar contains rising incense embers, myrrh, and frankincense in equal measure. A pair of young acolytes wafts aromatic smoke toward the tunic as Samanu holds it aloft. The incense smoke drapes around the linen like a protective veil, a third cleansing dimension that touches the spiritual realm. You can almost feel the corpuscles of incense drifting as though each one were a microscopic ambassador of the divine. Mainstream fact, Mesopotamian temples burned incense daily to please the gods and purify both air and objects. Clean cloth was only complete once incense-laden mists enveloped it. After the incense, Samanu lowers the tunic to an alcove where a young priest carves prayers onto a fresh clay tablet. May this garment serve Marduk's holy embrace, undefiled as the first morning light. This act binds the garment to divine service. Further contact with earth sweat or even mundane dust would render it invalid. You consider that in Section 8, you learned how a badly washed tunic could shame a family here, a soiled temple vestment could separate worshippers from the gods themselves. The stakes feel cosmic. You slip away briefly, weaving between basalt columns into a secluded corner. There, a trio of midwives scribes huddle over a weathered cuneiform tablet describing laundry taboos: no washing. On Wednesdays, no washing under lunar eclipse, no washing near a cemetery, all to prevent contaminating divine service. A fringe detail whispers rumor claims that During a once-in-a-century celestial alignment, all laundry across Babylon halted for a full week because people believed the heavens demanded a pause in earthly purification. Historians still argue whether such universal laundry moratoriums ever happened or are later embellishments designed to showcase religious fervor. Returning to the main courtyard, you see Samanu now laying the tunic on a raised stone dais, flanked by two shallow basins, one of rose water, the other of fresh canal water. The garment has already soaked through each ceremonial cleansing, and its threads appear impossibly bright. As she places it, a hush falls over the small crowd of priests and acolytes. In this instant, you sense laundry has become a sacrament. Each droplet, each brushstroke, each incense wisp colluding to transform cloth from profane to sacred. A drumbeat thrums through the temple, signaling the final inspection. Two priests advance their feet, bare against cool stone. They kneel and press their hands to the fabric, feeling for softness, absence of grit, and absence of stray dye. A misplaced dye particle, a single stray thread, either would undo hours of ritual cleansing. They exchange silent glances as they inspect their brows furrowing. You catch your breath as one thrusts his hand into a small basin of water, flicks a drop onto the hem, and watches how it beads rather than soaks, a test of purity. Beading water indicates residual oils or starch. Absorption signals deep cleansing. Today, the tunic passes. A light joke surfaces on your lips. Beads of water, not beads of sweat. You swallow it, knowing even a chuckle risks offending these devout keepers of sacred laundry. Samanu bobs her head in satisfaction. She steps aside as a tall youth, anticipating this moment from weeks prior, carefully lifts the tunic with both hands and drapes it on a pole beneath the temple's open courtyard, where morning sun filters through latticework. Here, the final step is sun blessing. The sun's rays, believed to be emissaries of Shamash, will infuse the garment with life-giving energy. You recall Section 6's sun bleaching, but this is different. This is less about removing odors or whitening fabric, more about invoking divine radiance. Each fold of linen now catches shafts of light, as if the garment itself were incandescent. Watching this finale, you understand why laundry here commands such reverence. A soiled tunic could compromise temple offerings, rendering months of prayers null. A well-washed garment, however, binds the mortal to the divine, letting worshippers stand before deities with spotless honor. In a society where pollution, both physical and spiritual, could incur divine wrath, laundry was a battleground for cosmic favor. As you leave Iana Temple, your own tunic limp with last night's ash and saponin feels humble in comparison. You realize that even the best household laundry pales against temple standards, where every technique, from Section 5's soapless chemistry to Section 6's sun bleaching, converges with prayer incense and ritual purity. You step outside into the temple's shadowy vestibule and breathe deeply, as if emerging from a transformative dream. Before you head toward the bustling bazaar, you pause to memorize the scent of rose water and incense lingering in the courtyard air. You wonder how many commoners glance at the palace-level sheen of temple garments and think laundry truly is a path to the gods. You catch yourself about to joke that modern dry cleaners should install incense diffusers, but you hush the thought, knowing the line between sacred ritual and playful irreverence feels as thin as the threads you saw Samanu handle. As you step through the temple gates, the chants and drum beats fade into the hum of city life. Yet something within you has shifted. Laundry will no longer be a mundane task, but a sacred echo of ritual purification. And as you walk to reclaim your own soiled tunic, one that needs more than rinse and repeat, you carry a newfound respect for the divine interplay of fabric and faith. You step into a narrow side alley that feels quieter than the bustling bazaars, the sun-dappled walls offering a brief reprieve from midday heat. Today you're venturing into the realm of fringe cleaning practices, those eccentric methods whispered among laundry folk when ash saponins and ammonia still couldn't erase the most stubborn stains. Imagine being a modern DIY enthusiast who's tried everything from vinegar to charcoal scrubs, and then stumbling upon a neighbor whispering about pigeon droppings and crushed eggshells as miracle cleaners. You might scoff, but in ancient Babylon, these curious techniques sometimes seemed the only hope. As you trudge forward, you can almost hear the echo of last night's pounding stones, Section 6, and sense the residual grit on your fingertips, reminding you that cleanliness in Babylon was often an improvisational art. A narrow courtyard opens to your left, where a hunched old fuller named Abnu sits beside a large battered wooden barrel. He's scooping up a handful of grayish-white pigeon droppings with a crooked stick and dropping them into a shallow clay bowl. A mainstream historical fact floats through your mind. Pigeon guano, rich in ammonia and phosphates, was used by some Mesopotamian cleaners as a bleaching agent long before the idea of commercial bleach existed. You wrinkle your nose. The aroma is potent, a mixture of sour ammonia and faint earthiness, like a barnyard left to ferment. Abnu smirks as you approach. "Stubborn grease on your fine silk," he asks, his tone conspiratorial. "Try pigeon magic." You force a polite smile, trying not to let your delicate linen shawl brush against his bucket. You recall Section 5's ash-based wash, less aromatic, yet somehow more dignified. Abnu scoops a handful of droppings, pasting it onto a mangy wool tunic left from last week's Fuller's Guild. His gnarled fingers spread the guano in a thin, uneven layer, much like applying cosmetic clay to a face. A quirky fringe tidbit whispers that some fullers believe pigeon droppings not only remove stubborn oil but also repelled lice, those tiny devils you first encountered in Section 6. "The smell drives vermin mad," Abnu says with a wink. "Not you or me, but they flee." Historians still argue whether this method truly worked or if lice simply relocated to fancier garments kept inside sealed chests. You lean in and sniff. It's foul enough to banish any unwanted critters seeking refuge in fabric folds. Yet you can't help but wonder about the cost. That fuzzy tunic will smell like a pigeon coop for days. While Abnu scrapes excess guano off the tunic and dumps it into a drainage channel where it will bolster a nearby date palm's growth, a primitive recycling practice, a young apprentice named Ishu crouches beside a pile of shattered eggshells. He's crushing the shells with a small stone, creating a fine, chalky powder. A mainstream fact solidifies eggshell powder rich in calcium carbonate, served as a mild, abrasive, brightening, faded linen without tearing fibers. Yet you recall from Section 6 how crushed eggshells under a beating slab were rumored to soften wool over time, an echo of that donkey horn sand rumor. Perhaps eggshells were equally practical and poetic, infusing garments with gentle abrasiveness. It's like shampooing with finely ground porcelain issue quips, sprinkling shell powder onto a worn hemp sack. You smirk, noting that shampoo doesn't begin to capture the sensory contrast between sweet floral scents and gritty eggshell remains. As issue begins to rub the powder into the hemp fibers, you watch the dust form light-colored streaks against the sack. The abrasive action lifts dirt without resorting to harsh chemicals. A fringe detail drifts in rumor claims that if you used eggshells from new-hatched pigeons, the cleaning effect was twice as powerful, since baby pigeon eggs supposedly had divinely charged calcium meant to confer purity. Likewise, some claimed that using eggshells from sacred temple pigeons would imbue cloth with a holy sheen, preventing stains for weeks. Historians still argue whether these claims had any scientific basis or were elaborate tabloid fodder spun by fullers to raise prices. You glance at the neighboring mansion across the courtyard, likely where temple pigeons roamed free, and wonder if their droppings could truly sanctify garments. You step back and consider the interplay of these practices. Only a few yards away, Abnu's tunic is soaked in pigeon guano. Ishu's hemp sack is streaked with crushed eggshells. Both methods involve some form of animal byproduct, echoing earlier chapters where spit ash and urine all played starring roles. Sections 1-5. You begin to see an unsent pattern. When standard ingredients failed, people turned to whatever was on hand, even if it meant embracing foul or bizarre substances. The desperation is almost endearing, as if the laundry problem were an unsolvable puzzle that required creative, if slightly revolting, solutions. Nearby, a woman named Talia approaches with a basket of animal fat, rendered from local goats. She uncovers a glowing mass of rendered tallow, still warm from morning's cooking fires, and holds it over a muddy linen tunic. A mainstream historical fact clarifies animal fat served as a pre-wash, pre-treatment to break down grime rendered akin to a primitive petroleum jelly. You imagine it as the opposite of what we do now today. You'd avoid any greasy pre-wash lest you seal the stain deeper. Yet in Babylon, this greasy smother allowed the subsequent ash or soap-berry treatment to do its work more effectively. Sauce the dirt, then lift it away. Talia says with a grin, it's like flipping a sandwich to toast both sides. You try to keep your expression neutral. Picturing a greasy tunic might resonate less among modern viewers. Talia proceeds to slather the tallow across the tunic's back, massaging it in until smears of fat coat every fiber. She then sprinkles a handful of fine sand onto the cloth and begins rubbing, combining mechanical abrasion with fat's grease-dissolving power. An echo of the riverbank sand scrubs you witnessed in Section 1. The combination has an almost macabre elegance. The tallow melds with sand to form a paste, clinging to the tunic until it's rinsed in canal water. You watch as the grime lifts, snagged by the gritty mixture, leaving the fabric remarkably lighter in color. All that's left is a faint tallow scent, Talia says, waving a hand dramatically to clear the aromatic haze. You nod, thinking that centuries later, perfume shops might have marketed Euphrates-inspired laundry musk. to naive travelers. Across the courtyard, another apprentice named Nabu holds a small clay bowl filled with finely ground date pits. A fringe rumor surfaces date pits, when finely pulverized, were said to produce a natural bleaching agent when combined with midday sun. Nabu sprinkles the powder onto a pale linen shawl and drapes it on a slab exposed to direct sunlight. He claims that as the sun heats the powder, it releases mild acids that eat away at tiny stains. If accurate, this is an elegant alternative to harsh alkaline ash washes. When preserving color is paramount, historians still argue whether date pit bleaching was scientifically sound or simply an excuse for using abundant local waste. You study the shawl's edge, noting how fine the powder appears, almost like chalk dust. You remember Section 6's roof bleaching and muse that if this method holds, it might be a gentler cousin to full-on solar glare. Behind Nabu, a group of women gather around a small brazier where crushed barley grains sizzle. They're crafting a sludgy paste that smells spicy sweet, almost like brewing beer. This paste, they claim, contains natural enzymes that break down protein-based stains such as blood or sweat. You bite your lower lip, recalling Section 5's ammonia-based protein breakdown using urine. This barley paste seems a kinder, more aromatic cousin, perhaps designed to treat those embarrassing ritual stains from spilled sacrificial libations. A mainstream fact confirms that barley-based poultices were used for stain removal and sometimes even as an early fabric softening treatment. You wonder if these women learned the recipe from medicinal texts, where barley poultices helped heal wounds, blurring the line between washing and healing. A fringe detail whispers that if you added a dash of crushed marjoram to the barley paste, the aroma would ward off evil tongues that whispered about your laundry skills. Scholars still argue whether those aromatic additives were practical or simply scented smoke screens to distract from subpar cleaning. Venturing further, you notice a small chamber where a pot of bitter pomegranate juice simmers. The woman tending it, a middle-aged seamstress named Kala, explains she's preparing a dye removal bath. Pomegranate's tannins might add color, but in the right concentration, they can also lift old dye stains, reversing mild discolored patches. She dips a worn purple cloth and watches how the color shifts into a deep burgundy before she transfers it to a rinse basin. You recall Section 2's mosaic of dye techniques. In the bazaar, ancient textile artisans played constant tug-of-war with color fastness. This bath, therefore, is less about initial dyeing and more about salvage reclaiming cloth from the brink of unsalvageable ruin. A slight aside forms. It's like unsmearing a mayonnaise stain from fine silk. Only here your creme fraiche is pomegranate scrunch. You stifle a chuckle, mindful of sacred hushed tones in these chambers. Back in Section 4, you saw how fullers relied on guild regulations and wooden vats. Now you see these fringe practices arise from everyday need improvised solutions, not sanctioned by any guild charter. In that sense, they feel closer to the real pulse of Babylon, where folks whispered about secret cleaners who could revive garments thought lost to grime. You picture murmurings in crowded baths and street corners. Go to Abnu. If your tunic stinks of wine, see Talia for goat fat magic. Nabu's date pit sun therapy is the future. These methods hint at a backstage world that official guilds either ignored or quietly disapproved of, worrying that feather cleaning secrets would undermine their authority. You sniff the air again and catch a faint tinge of pigeon dropping, mixed with burnt barley and pomegranate tang, an aroma so bizarre you can almost taste it, like a pungent spice. Yet, as you watch each practitioner operate with calm confidence, you sense that the ultimate goal is the same: to wrest clean cloth from a stubborn stain, even if it means flirting with repulsion. The irony is rich in a civilization obsessed with purity, ritual, social, and physical cleaning. Dirty laundry sometimes led them to muck deeper into the mire. Each solution feels like a small rebellion against conventional methods, an insistence that no stain is too sacred to be scrubbed away. You pause by a cluster of children giggling as they experiment with a mixture of crushed cow horns and ash on a piece of leather, another improvised cleaning method reserved for hides rather than fabric. You can't help but smile at their earnest concentration, splattering dusty paste on the animal hide, then rinsing in canal water. If that leather emerges supple, they'll likely run home, thrilled, their parents equally proud. Yet this child's work hints at a larger truth: innovation often sprang from necessity. And in Babylon, almost anything with abrasive or enzymatic potential was fair game. Finally, as noon sun blazes, you gather back at Abnu's barrel. He dips the pigeon-soaked tunic into canal water, wincing at the distinct hiss as lingering ammonia meets fresh water. The cloth emerges a shade lighter, though far from pristine. Ishu's hemp sack looks brighter. Where eggshell powder collected, a faint chalky residue lingers. Talia's tallow-treated tunic, once rinsed, is softer to the touch, but smells faintly of goat fat. Nabu's sun-bleached shawl displays a subtle shift in hue, perhaps triumph, or maybe a casualty, depending on whom you ask. You realize each fringe method yields uneven results, making it a gamble, sometimes a miracle, sometimes a disaster. Historians still argue whether any of these eccentric methods were truly widespread, or whether they thrived on rumors that spread faster than the pigeon doves that provided the guano. Yet, for you, these practices feel like evidence of a people unwilling to accept defeat, an industrious streak as vivid as the dyes they worked with. As you step away, you raise a hand to shield your eyes from the brilliant sun, pondering how modern laundry might evolve if we returned to these primal roots. Would people start brewing pigeon-based detergents as artisan goods? Might goat fat pre-wash become the next culinary laundry crossover fad? You chuckle at the absurdity. Despite these whimsical questions deep down, you respect how Babylonian ingenuity managed to conjure imaginative fixes from the refuse of daily life, reminding you that in the end, laundry is less about soap and more about resourcefulness. You leave the courtyard, the mingled aromas etched in your memory. As dust from the alley clings to your ankles, you carry forward the strange confidence that no matter how dire a stain, someone in Babylon had likely tried to banish it with pigeon droppings, animal fat, or crushed eggshells. In a world that prized purity, they learned early that sometimes you had to dive into the muck to find a glimmer of clean. You wander back into the fuller's quarter, where the air still hums with faint echoes of pounding stones and splashing water. And you can't help but wonder, did all those gritty scrubs and pungent soaks actually kill off invisible nasties, or did they merely make clothes look presentable? Tonight, we're diving into the debates swirling among scholars, those erudite types who debate whether soapless methods truly sanitized fabrics or simply brightened colors. Imagine modern scientists arguing over whether tossing clothes into a hot dryer actually kills germs or just makes them smell nice. Now replace dryer with ammonia-rich urine and smell nice with not smell like a goat's breakfast, and you're halfway to grasping ancient Babylonian laundry controversies. But as you trudge through these debates, keep in mind that even now, historians still argue whether Fuller's earth and pigeon guano were genuine disinfectants or merely crafty cover-ups for grimy garments. You step past a wooden paddle leaning against a shard of broken amphora and recall how back in Section 5 you tested ash water saponin pods and ammonia. Each technique seemed miraculous in its own right, until you learned in Section 10 about pigeon droppings and eggshell powder. Now you're peering through a scholarly lens, questioning whether all these ingredients actually killed the microscopic menaces lurking in dirty threads. A mainstream historical fact surface's microscopic analysis of recovered Bronze Age textiles shows occasional traces of bleach-like compounds, possible indicators of ash-based washing, but conclusive evidence of bacterial eradication remains elusive. In other words, you might scrub your tunic until your fingertips look like sandpaper, but you still can't prove you'd escape a plague germ. You settle onto a broken stone slab warmth from the midday sun fading into a lazy late afternoon glow. Across the courtyard, an apprentice stirs a vat of stale urine, and you breathe in that familiar pungent wave. Part of you wants to gag, but part of you remembers the thrill of lifting grease stains with ammonia. Scholars debate whether ammonia's saponification was enough to break down proteins and fats that harbor bacteria, or if it simply masked odors. Historians still argue whether Fuller's urine baths in Babylon went beyond aesthetic cleaning into genuine antisepsis. A light joke surfaces. It's one thing to remove bloodstains. It's another to battle invisible pathogens with pee. Talk about too rich for my blood or too pungent for my nose. Leaning into the fading sun, you feel your shirt stick to your back. You recall from Section 3 that canal water could be salty or gritty, potentially leaving residues that invited microbial growth. Yet Fuller's insisted that a final rinse in river or canal water after ash or ammonia somehow sealed off any nasty stuff. A quirk of fringe tidbit resurfaces. Some dusty scrolls claim certain Fullers whispered incantations while rinsing garments, believing spiritual protection would complement chemical cleansing. You chuckle at the mental image of a cleaner chanting, "Abracadabra, be gone, E. coli." Ironically, this spiritual laundry overlay makes you think of modern antibacterial clothing commercials, promising germ-free vibes with no cemented proof beyond marketing hype. To dissect these debates, you stroll to a nearby shaded nook where a weathered clay tablet lies its cuneiform detailing ingredients for a pure garment ritual. It lists ash dove fat and crushed reeds. A mainstream historical fact cuneiform records from old Babylonian times frequently catalog household cleaning recipes, but they make no mention of germ theory. Disease causation was attributed to divine displeasure or miasma's bad air, rather than microscopic invaders. Thus, If a tunic looked pristine after an ash wash, that was proof enough of purity. But modern eyes suspect that looks and function where conflated ash might lighten grime, but not eliminate bacteria lurking in deep fibers. You run your fingers along the tablet's etched lines, feeling grooves carved millennia ago. A gentle aside forms. Imagine a future archaeologist finding your laundry detergent box instructions and marveling at how people thought bleak spots equaled sterility. You tap the tablet thoughtfully, then rise to compare it to a half-finished pot of saponin mash bubbling under a reed awning. Then you consider ammonia's role again. While ammonia is a known disinfectant today, the concentrations in Babylonian urine soaks may have been too low to kill off all pathogens. A light joke drifts ancient Babylonians taking hygiene tips from nature's mouthwash. Hey, at least it was biodegradable. Yet, without lab tests, no one could be certain the stink-filled vats were anything more than odor camouflage. Stepping back, you recall the rigorous temple laundry rituals from Section 9, where garments were dipped in rose water, brushed with incense smoke, and blessed with prayers. Here, the cleaning was as much spiritual as physical. Scholars debate whether temple laundering aimed more at symbolic purification than actual sterilization. Historians still argue whether the Temple of Vienna's laundry rites were crafted more to please deities than to combat invisible disease vectors. You imagine the priest's logic. If Marduk's eye is on my garment, no germ will dare cross that line. Modern microbiologists might scoff, but in a world without Pasteur ritual, purity was a stand-in for bacterial sterility. You drift back toward the pounding stones from Section 6, where a young fuller is rhythmically beating a shirt. Each smack expels moisture, but does it expel microscopic life? A mainstream fact clarifies vigorous beating can release dirt and some microbes, but damp fabric pressed tightly against porous stone may still harbor bacteria. This friction-based approach echoes modern scrubwear protocols for hospital scrubs, where mechanical action aids disinfection. Yet a key difference emerges. After scrubbing scrubs, you don't rinse them in canal water likely teeming with all manner of microorganisms. The irony leaves you chuckling. Babylonian hospital attire would be rubbing against the same filthy canal water take that sterile surgical gowns. Lingering beside the trough, you notice children splashing at the water's edge. Tiny fish dart away. You wonder whether those fish could sense harmful microbes or thrive despite them. A fringe rumor from Section 3 surfaces. Some fullers claimed fish flocked to water used for rinsing laundry, believing that rejected grime attracted small aquatic life, which they believed further purified water before it returned to fields. Historians still argue whether these fish inferred anything about water cleanliness, or if the story served as a quaint metaphor to justify smelly effluent. Either way, the image of critter-based bioremediation in 1500 BCE makes you grin, almost like early eco-laundry enthusiasts. You shift your gaze upward, recalling that in Section 7, seasonal rains and floods could flush out fabrics more vigorously than any manual scrub. Some argued that letting the Nile-like floodwaters run through linen produced a deep cleanse far superior to ash or urine. But critics countered that floodwater carried silt and dead animals, reintroducing grime and disease. Historians still argue whether seasonal floods were net positive for laundering or if they simply move dirt from one place to another. A light jest bubbles, Babylonians overdosed on free rinse cycles, too many floods, and your tunic becomes fertile ground for algae cosmetics. The practicality of flood washing remains questionable, yet necessity and opportunity often trumped thorough cleanliness. Your stomach rumbles, reminding you that you haven't eaten since sunrise. You wander toward a small market stall where a vendor sells barbecued lamb skewers. As you bite into a fatty morsel, you notice his apron hangs haphazardly beside a basket of worn napkins. You ask if he ever visits the Fullers. He scoffs, saying a quick rinse in canal water suffices. You laugh to yourself. Here's a guy who slaughters sheep but won't honor his tunic with an ash wash. Makes sense. His cavalier attitude highlights another scholarly debate. Some texts suggest that poorer households skipped rigorous cleaning steps, relying on quick rinses that neither removed grime thoroughly nor offered any antiseptic effect. Historians still argue whether such shortcuts contributed to periodic outbreaks of skin infections in populous quarters. You lick greasy fingers, savoring the rich lamb flavor. In the distance, a scribe carves cuneiform onto a fresh clay tablet, noting guild complaints about fullers offering wool-only services to elites willing to forego proper cleaning, a revenue-driven compromise that meant these garments only looked clean. You recall Section 4's guild regulations. A tunic required a full 2-hour cycle. Yet here you see a deviation. Wool only might circumvent ash and urine baths to preserve delicate sweaters or tunics. Scholars debate whether these wool-only contracts were ancient equivalents of today's gentle cycle or simply a way to charge more for less work. You sip watered-down wine, pondering that in every age there's a market for clean enough at a premium price. As twilight descends, you return to your simple reed mat, thinking about all you've learned: ash that might bleach soap berries, that might foam ammonia, that might disinfect, and pigeon guano, that might repel lice, but no certainty that germs were truly gone. You recall closing lines from Section 1, a midnight spa treatment without cucumbers. Now you wonder if that spa day merely turned clothes from gray to off-white, leaving invisible nasties smiling inside fibers. You consider contemporary laundry ads promising 99.9% germ elimination. Here Babylon's fullers could claim their methods felt effective, yet quantifiable results were beyond their reach. You settle onto your mat, eyes half closed, as crickets begin their nocturnal serenade. A final scholarly musing drifts through your mind, while modern microbiology confirms that ash's high pH can kill many bacterious opponents, can disrupt membranes, and ammonia is a known disinfectant. The concentrations used in ancient washes were likely too low and irregular to guarantee full sanitization. Historians still argue whether occasional temple laundries with their rosewater rinses and smoke purifications aimed at actual sterility or at satisfying spiritual symbolism. As you drift toward sleep, you embrace the thought that in ancient Babylon, laundry was as much art and faith as science. One last light joke echoes, if only Babylon had invested in a giant heated stone drum. Imagine clean clothes and a built-in sauna. You can already picture a modern laundry app letting you choose divine rinse or Fuller's Delight cycles. But as you drift off the final image of pigeon-laden guano and aromatic barley paste, reminds you that Babylonian ingenuity turned every available resource into a cleaning tool, even if their results remained delightfully debatable. You step into a dimly lit alcove in Babylon's grand archive where clay tablets line the walls like ancient parchment scrolls. Here, laundry isn't static. It's a living tradition that morphs from one era to the next. Tonight, you're tracing that evolution from the old Babylonian simplicity of Ur-era ash dips to Neo-Babylonian refinements involving specialized guild mandates and imported chemicals. As you run your fingers over cuneiform inscriptions, you realize that every scratched mark is a footnote in laundry history, documenting when Babylonians first discovered you could steam clean tunics over hot coals, or when a Kassite queen insisted on scented washes. Historians still argue whether these shifts reflected broad cultural change or simply trickled down from elite households. But either way, you're about to weave through centuries of sudsy saga. In old Babylonian times, around 1894, BCE laundry is about as straightforward as you can imagine water sand and a bit of ash. A mainstream historical fact, clay tablets from that era list ash of date palm fronds as the primary cleaning agent for household clothing. You close your eyes and picture fullers knee-deep in the Euphrates, scooping charred palm debris into a small wicker basket. The process is communal neighbors haul water in clay jars while children chase minnows, scattering the occasional fish scale across linen folds. Wool and linen are prized equally, wool for its warmth, linen for its cool breathability, yet both endure the same no-frills regimen. A simple rub of ash, a dash of gritty sand, and a dunk in the river suffice. Your modern self might scoff, no soap, no problem. But ancient Babylonians would shake their heads at your reliance on synthetic suds. Amid this era's simplicity, a fringe tidbit bubbles up rumor claims that certain Ur-era families used crushed snails, no, not for color, but for textural balance in their cleaning slurry. They believed the snail shells imparted a slight sheen to wet cloth, making garments appear whiter under the sun. Historians still argue whether these snail shells were actual cleaning agents or simply decorative additives for show, but you can't deny the image's whimsy. Children scouring shells by the riverbank, while fullers chanted hymns to Enki. Fast forward to the Kassite period C. 1595 BCE, 1155 BCE, and laundry begins to exhibit early signs of stratification. The centralization of power in kitchens and temples means that certain households can afford more exotic ingredients. A mainstream fact Assyriologist reports indicate Kassite royal decrees importing cedarwood oil for laundering royal garments, presumably for its mildly antiseptic properties and its pleasant aroma. Gone are the days when every family used the same ash. Now, a select few dilute cedar oil in cistern water, swirling fabrics and fragrant baths that smell faintly of a pine forest, an odd contrast to the dust-choked city streets. You imagine noble washerwomen wearing decorative pendants while stirring pots of aromatic oil eyes lifted skyward in gratitude to Marduk for smelliest robes in the realm. But this shift sparks tension. Neighboring households grumble that the royals have stolen our rivers for cedar-infused decadence. You remember Section 11's debate. Perhaps these cedar oil imports provided genuine antiseptic benefits. Or maybe they were luxurious vanity projects. Historians still argue whether cedar oil was a practical disinfectant or just a symbol of elite exclusivity. You lean back, picturing commoners sighing as they slog through the same ash and sand ritual, their unpainted hands never touching fragrant cedar wood. By the Middle Babylonian era c. 1155 BCE, 626 BCE guilds formalize even more. Fullers' associations publish cuneiform guidelines on wash cycles, 2-hour ash soaks for coarse wool, 1-hour soapberry rinses for delicate linens, and a half-hour cedar oil polish for elite garments. These tablets read like ancient instruction manuals. When washing kalu cloth ensure a final pound against the stone slab at sunrise, a quirky fringe detail claims that in some towns only fullers with a particular ceremonial clean breath achieved by chewing parsley before work could handle sacred temple textiles without incurring spiritual pollution. Historians still argue whether clean breath was a genuine guild requirement or a colorful legend spun by disgruntled apprentices. Yet, as you brush your own breath on a palm, you half expect parsley sprigs to materialize somewhere in the courtyard. Increasingly, wet processing technologies emerge. A mainstream fact excavations reveal small zinc-lined vats from this era, possibly used to heat water for washing wool, more effectively mimicking a rudimentary form of steaming. You picture a fuller stoking a fire under one of these vats, the water bubbling like stew hot enough to open wool fibers and release embedded grime. It's a primitive prelude to modern dry cleaning steam cycles. You could almost hear the hiss of steam mingling with mortar dust. These vats require constant vigilance. If the fire gets too hot, the metal warps. Too low, and the wash yields only tepid, underwhelming results. In contrast, a common household still rely on cold river rinses, no vats, no fuss. A subtle irony arises. While the royals enjoy these zinc vat luxuries, their peasants view them with suspicion. One tablet complains that too hot water in cleansing soiled cloth scalds both hands and dignity. You grin, recalling Section 5's painful ammonia experiments. At least urine soaks didn't risk metal burns. Then comes the Neo-Babylonian Renaissance. Under Nebuchadnezzar, Kel 626 BCE, 539 BCE, laundry becomes a documented art form. Temple laundries rival small industrial workshops. You see clay bas-reliefs depicting garments submerged in cedar-infused basins guarded by stylized lions. A mainstream historical fact, Neo-Babylonian texts celebrate the introduction of revigorating plant essences. Ground myrrh, frankincense shavings, and sweetgrass, all touted for antibacterial properties and fragrant notes. Specified ratios appear in scribal records: 3 parts ash, 2 parts myrrh, 1 part frankincense mixed with holy well water and combusted incense embers. You wonder if modern spa laundry fads borrowed a page from Nebuchadnezzar's playbook. Luxury meets sanitation with enough aromatics to perfume a ziggurat. This era also witnesses shifting social expectations. Where earlier eras let ripples of river water stand in for a thorough wash, now Neo-Babylonian citizens demand near-mythical holy purity from their laundered robes. Families hire specialized launderers, part-time priests, and even herbalists, all promising garments worthy of Marduk's favorable gaze. A fringe rumor drifts in certain households claim their laundry process involved nighttime chanting to planetary gods. Shamash on Monday, Ishtar on Tuesday, each deity supposedly bestowing an additional layer of cleanliness. Historians still argue whether lunar chants did anything more than soothe the washerwomen's souls. But locals swear by Sunday, under divine protection, washes for babies' christening garments. Temple laundries now outshine private efforts. You picture a team of acolytes standing in a vast hall, dipping white linen and open-weave kalu cloths into marble basins bathed in sun glow. They recite hymns meant to purify the warp and weft, then pass each piece through braziers of incense smoke. The finished garments emerge not only spotless, but hallowed. In stark contrast, a small leather shop down the street uses outdated ash methods on workers' aprons, the stench alone enough to remind you that not all threads benefit from Nebuchadnezzar's perfumed progress. Of course, these advances hide underlying tensions. Guildmasters fear competition from temple laundries who undercut prices in exchange for political favor. One tablet reads, House of Eanna washes free for nobles. Civilian rates rise. You roll your eyes picturing bureaucrats debating whether to raise taxes on household ash mines or import cedarwood oil from Lebanon. A light joke surfaces. If taxes on cedar didn't break their wallets, pundits argued, then illness from walking around in smelly garments surely would. As Neo-Babylonian rule wanes and Persian invaders loom, laundry culture adapts once more. You stand in a transitional courtyard where Greek settlers introduce vinegar rinses, imported Macedonian wine, partially fermented, into acetic acid. A mainstream historical fact emerges. A few tablets describe Babylonians mixing vinegar and well water to treat stubborn dye stains, an early precursor to modern acid rinses used to set colors. The novelty excites local fullers who argue that it brightens faded tans and crimsons as no ash ever could. This practice spreads among urban households, and suddenly vinegar is the talk of the marketplace, though older fullers scorn it as foreign trickery. Historians still argue whether vinegar rinses truly complemented Babylonian methods or clashed with local water chemistry, leaving unpredictable results. Meanwhile, remote villages cling to tradition. Ash washes, river scrubs, and saponin pods remain mainstays. You envision an elderly washerwoman coaxing a stubborn wool cloak one last time in canal water, defying fancy Neo-Babylonian innovations. A fringe detail drifts a local legend, tells of a secluded village that celebrated an annual ash festival, where residents would bathe head to toe in ash and urine pools, believing it warded off insects for the entire year. Long after Nebuchadnezzar's temples fall to ruins, this festival persists. Historians still argue whether it represented a survival of archaic ritual or a form of last-ditch pest control. But you can't suppress a grin at the image of entire families slathered in gritty grime. As you exit the archive piece, you stand in a courtyard where modern brickwork meets sun-bleached mud brick. A young fuller, perhaps in his early 20s, dips a saponin-infused cloth into a zinc-lined basin, his workshop flanked by remnants of older stone vats. Nearby children manipulate pigeon droppings and eggshells as if they were curious artifacts, completely oblivious to their ancient stigma. You feel like a time traveler witnessing layers of innovation all stacked in one place, each technique a palimpsest of evolving needs, beliefs, and taste. You reflect on the linear arc from old Babylon's rudimentary ash and sand laundry simplicity through Kassite cedar oil opulence Middle Babylonian guild precision, Neo-Babylonian scented grandeur to Persian tinged vinegar experiments. Each era reshapes laundry's meaning from hygienic necessity to marker of social rank, from spiritual rite to proto-industrial craft. Laundry tools evolve too. Wooden paddles give way to zinc vats. Simple reed racks morph into marble-lined sunning frames. Household-level ash pits transform into temple-sanctioned cedar oil basins. Social expectations shift accordingly. Once commoners cared only that clothes looked presentable. Later robes had to gleam with divine approval. And yet, for all these innovations, debate lingers. Historians still argue whether a poor villager in 500 BCE truly benefited from vinegar rinses or remained chained to ash pits. They question if cedarwood oil's antiseptic properties were real or merely conjured to justify royal excess. They wonder if temple laundries actually targeted microbial threats or simply sought ritual purity using fragrance as both symbol and substitute. As you stand in that courtyard watching a small interplay of ancient and newer methods, it's clear that laundry in Babylon was never just about clean clothes. It was an arena for technological experimentation, social negotiation, religious expression, and even political maneuvering. You trace the arc of these centuries in your mind and feel the rhythm of rituals echo underfoot, each chanted hymn, each lathered ash scrub, each fragrant rinse marking a new chapter in Babylon's story. You imagine yourself as a traveler walking through these eras, adapting weekly to whatever the latest wash cycle demanded. Ash oil, soapberry vinegar, always chasing that elusive ideal of purity, even when purity remained tantalizingly just out of reach. You lift your gaze to the horizon where modern city spires rise beside ancient mud brick walls. It reminds you that just as history reshapes laundry, in turn shapes history. Even now, when you toss a garment into a machine with chemical detergents, you echo those Babylonians who first discovered that a bit of ash could brighten the fabric or that cedar oil could scent it. The tools change, the sanitizing theories evolve, but at the core remains the same truth: laundry is never merely mundane. It carries the weight of culture, technology, and belief. And as you step back through the archway, leaving behind echoes of clay tablets and incense-laden temple halls, you feel more connected than ever to the hands ancient and present that wrestle dirt from cloth, seeking that ever-elusive sparkle of cleanliness. You slip into a shaded courtyard that feels oddly familiar yet subtly different, as if you've stepped into a parallel Babylon where laundry practices borrow from neighbors east and west. Today, you're comparing Babylon's soapless rituals to the techniques of ancient Egypt and Sumer, peering at how each culture shaped its own spin on grime battling. Imagine you're the curator of lingerie in a world without tide. If Babylon is your middle sibling, Sumer is the precocious older one, and Egypt the stylish younger sibling who always shows up with soap and scented oils. But as you wander between sweat-soaked courtyards and sun-drenched riverbanks, you realize that no one laundry story is truly isolated. Each fold of linen carries echoes of borrowed wisdom. Your journey begins by recalling Section 2's exploration of Babylonian textiles. Coarse wool, airy linen, and hybrid kalu blends washed with river water ash and soap berry pods. To your left, a Sumerian fuller's hut stands practically atop the Euphrates, its charred reed facade reminiscent of Babylon's wood and stone guild houses. Sumerians who flourished centuries before Babylon's zenith used a surprisingly similar blend ash water and sometimes clay. A mainstream historical fact, by around 2500 BCE, Sumerians had already documented clean cloth rituals in cuneiform texts, praising the cleansing power of ash from date palm fronds, much like older Babylonian practices. Historians still argue whether Babylon's fuller guilds directly inherited their techniques from Sumerian predecessors or merely developed parallel solutions. As you kneel by a shallow vat, you dip your fingers into a Sumerian ash slurry. It feels gritty, but effective, a sensory echo of what you felt in Section 5 when testing ash-based washes yourself. A light joke surfaces. If laundry was a family heirloom, Sumerian granddad would hand down his ash bucket like a prized vase. Yet beyond the jest, you sense genuine reverence for ancestral craft. Meanwhile, over your right shoulder, a Sumerian apprentice beats a woolen tunic against a hollowed log, thud, 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 exactly as you witnessed Babylonian fullers do in Section 4. The rhythm is nearly identical, a testament to cultural continuity along the river's winding course. You watch dust motes swirl in the golden afternoon light, imagining that each smack dislodges both physical grime and centuries of shared tradition. Beneath its surface, however subtle differences brew, Sumerians occasionally tossed in finely ground chalk, believing the calcium carbonate further brightened linen. A fringed tidbit whispers rumor, says certain Sumerian fullers brewed chalk and ash together, chanting to the goddess Inanna to bless their rounds. Hosanna or no, that chalky swirl feels like extra pretty sand mixed into your soapless cocktail. Turning away, you follow a narrow stone channel toward a low reed-covered archway. The Egyptian style of laundry beckons. Suddenly, the humid scent of the Nile wafts through the courtyard, an olfactory reminder that Egypt's water, though also muddy, was often used in tandem with plant-based soaps. You recall from Section 11 how Babylonian scholars debated whether saponin pods were enough to lift grease. Egyptians took that step further by using soapwort and tallow mixtures to create actual soap. A mainstream historical fact, as early as 1500 BCE, Egyptian workers in Thebes produced a paste from animal fat and alkaline ash, yielding one of the earliest recorded forms of soap. You lift a small bowl heaped with a pale, soapy mash. It foams when you rub it, a satisfying contrast to Babylon's foam-free washes. A light jest drifts. Egyptians basically invented shampoo for clothes. Take that Babylonian sand scrub. Yet the Egyptians weren't frolicking in suds blissfully. Their method had quirks too. They harnessed natron, a naturally occurring mixture of sodium carbonate and bicarbonate mined from Wadi el Natron, believing its caustic nature purified garments. A fringe detail surfaces rumor claims that natron baths were also used to embalm clothes destined for temple offerings, so that laundry and mummification overlapped in odd ways. Historians still argue whether natron was mostly for laundry or primarily for embalming ceremonies. Either way, its double duty resonates like a perfume that moonlights as a disinfectant. You dip your tunic edge into this alkaline water. The suds bubble along the hem, promising deeper lift, yet hinting at potential fabric damage if left too long. You imagine modern laundry influencers touting volcanic sand scrub versus natron soap scum. Who wins? It's almost as entertaining as watching a cat figure out a new scratching post. Walking further, you enter a transitional courtyard where the river's warmth is palpable, the same heat you felt in Section 7's seasonal dance. In this hybrid space, a merchant from Dilmun, the ancient trading partner of both Sumer and Egypt, peddles a curious concoction, a chili-infused ash blend. He insists that chili's capsaicin properties drive off moths and mildew, preventing woolen garments from mildew damage during humid seasons. You laugh at the notion that chili would protect clothes. If your laundry smelled like kebabs, at least you'd fireproof your closet. Yet a fringe whisperer claims that chili-infused washes were a Sumerian innovation, later exported to Egypt and Babylon via Dilmun traders. Historians still argue whether Dilmun served as a mere distribution hub or actively shaped evolution of laundry tech. Sampling a pinch of chili ash, you nearly sneeze, but the grit does feel ever so slightly more invigorating than plain ash. As dusk settles, you encounter a small altar erected for Inanna near the water's edge. Offerings of freshly laundered linen garments hang above. You recall Section 9's temple purification in Babylon, where garments were blessed by priestly chants. Here, Sumerian devotees washed their tunics in clean canal water, chanted hymns to Inanna, and offered a fraction of wash water back to the river in a libation. This ritual overlap reveals a shared belief that laundry served as spiritual armor. Yet Egyptians, ever the pragmatists, skipped the water libations, choosing instead to sprinkle linen with perfumed oils. A mainstream historical fact. Egyptian temple laundries often dabbed freshly washed garments with frankincense and myrrh to repel insects and please the gods. A light aside, tickles Egyptians didn't just wash. It was a fragrant pass to paradise. No wonder mummies smelled so chic. Standing between these worlds, you notice how Babylonian cotton-free fabrics differ from Egyptian cotton weaves, thin, gauzy, and lightweight. Egyptians prized cotton for its softness and breathability, especially in the harsh desert sun. Babylon lacking wild cotton until Neo-Babylonian traders imported it from Asia, stuck with flax and wool blends. This shift is more than material, it colored the very chemistry of washing. In Babylonia, a flax linen needed a gentler hand. In Egypt, cotton's resilience tolerated harder scrubs. Historians still argue whether cotton's later arrival in Mesopotamia revolutionized local laundering or simply added another color to an already vibrant tapestry. Moving closer to a small fire pit, you spot Sumerian apprentices fashioning reed racks near a stone slab, gestures reminiscent of Babylon's sun bleaching in Section 6. But here, they occasionally line the racks with pressed lotus petals, believing the petals' oils imparted a subtle protective sheen. A fringe tidbit insists that lotus-lined drying racks were not just decorative, but functioned as primitive insect repellent, especially against flies drawn to wet fabrics. You brush your hand along a petal-scented embrace. Its aroma is faintly sweet, like honey remnants on fresh bread. You can't decide if this is poetic or impractical. Imagine hanging your sheets to dry and waking up to sticky petal residue under your arms. As evening deepens, the Egyptian contingent gathers by the canal bank, clinking alabaster bowls filled with leftover soap water to rinse garments one last time. They sing a low hymn to the Nile's fertility, thanking the river for both irrigation and laundry. A mainstream fact: Egyptian priests often blessed laundry water on the festival of Opet, believing clean clothes secured divine favor for the coming year. You recall Section 7's late summer flood routines. Here, Egyptians celebrated inundations as both irrigation boon and free rinse cycle, though they carefully retrieved clothes before sediments marred the clean sheen. A light joke emerges. Babylonians saw floods as wild spas. Egyptians saw floods as early rinse and fold service, minus the fold. Suddenly, a boy dashes by clutching a pallid linen shawl, chased by a grinning girl wielding a palm frond fan. They giggle as they flutter the shawl dangerously close to discarded pottery, risking a tumble into the water. You remember Section 10's fringe methods, pigeon droppings, eggshells, and wonder if these children will one day slip chili ash or lotus petals into their own laundry rituals. The sense of playful experimentation fills you with glee. In every era, it seems children test boundaries, inventing their own laundry hacks long before influencers made it a thing. Pausing by the canal's edge, you note the subtle aroma of lavender wafting from temple wells to your left, a Babylonian twist from Neo-Babylonian scented cleanses in Section 12. Once, Sumerians might have tossed handfuls of dried thyme into wash water. Egyptians would have reserved lavender for royalty. Babylonians blended rosewater with ash. Today, all three cultures converge here in a patchwork of scented steam. You dip your fingers in the water, swirling them gently, feeling a blend of ash grit soap fragments and tiny lavender petals drifting like microscopic confetti. It tickles against your skin, a sensory reminder that cleanliness for these riverine civilizations was as much about ritual and aroma as it was about removing physical dirt. As night falls, you retrace your steps through the courtyard, passing under arches adorned with traded goods, Egyptian alabaster jars, Sumerian reed baskets, Babylonian cedarwood crates. Each container once held laundry ingredients: soap paste, reed wicks, cedar oil, or freshly ground ash. You sense that laundry was the great cultural exchange program. Merchants carried new techniques, priests debated taboos, and fullers borrowed each other's best tricks under moonlit collaboration. Historians still argue whether these exchanges occurred through official guild treaties or via gossiping laundresses at market stalls. Either way, you imagine pots of mixed ash and saponin paste traveling thousands of miles each batch, carrying a footnote of borrowed wisdom. Finally, you return to your own courtyard, where your tunic sits on a reed rack poised for one last drying cycle. As you drape it, a gentle breeze twirls the edge, bearing faint smells of myrrh, lotus, and cedar. You sigh, realizing that no single kingdom holds monopoly on cleanliness. Instead, each contributed ingredients to a shared cauldron of techniques. From Sumer's ash and chalk, to Egypt's soap and natron, to Babylon's soapberry cedar oil and rosewater laundry, was an evolving art honed by trade routes and cultural cross-pollination. You feel gratitude and a mild itch to dip your toes in the shared canal water, though you remember Section 1's midnight chill and decide to preserve the memory instead. As the stars blink overhead, you recline on your reed mat, the courtyard's whispered laundry lore swaying you toward slumber. A final light joke drifts in a world without detergent aisles. You'd have needed a passport just for laundry. Yet, if laundry required a passport, it would be stamped by Sumer, Egypt, and Babylon in rapid succession, each seal telling a tale of sand ash, soap, and sacred steam. As your eyelids grow heavy, you conjure a vision of all three cultures united in one grand wash lapping water, aromatic oils, and chanting hymns to cleanse fabric and soul alike. That shared vision you realize is the truest testament to human ingenuity, a collective narrative woven into every fiber that journeyed from Nile to Euphrates. You step onto uneven cobblestones, where once the mighty walls of Babylon rose, now partially crumbled under centuries of weather and neglect. Here you sense the final echoes of a laundry tradition that once flourished along the Euphrates. And you're about to witness how those methods honed through sections 1 to 13 outlived the empire itself. It's the dawn of the Achaemenid era, and though Persian governors ruled these streets, the ghosts of Babylonian fullers still haunt these alleys, whispering age-old secrets of ash saponins and cyclical ritually blessed rinses. As dust motes drift through slanting afternoon light, you take a deep breath and prepare to trace the decline legacy and far-reaching influence of Babylon's soapless laundry techniques, an unbroken thread that binds antiquity to later civilizations in ways you might never have imagined. In the mid-6th century BCE, Babylon falls to Cyrus the Great, and Persian administrators dismantle many temple privileges, diverting revenues away from local guilds. Yet laundry, that most mundane necessity, remains largely untouched by royal fiat. A mainstream historical fact, inscriptions from the reign of Darius c. 522-486 BCE note that Babylonians still tend communal ash pits near the Euphrates for the use of local launderers, proof that, even under foreign rule, daily wash rituals persisted almost unchanged. You crouch beside an old ash heap, now overgrown with reeds, and scoop a handful of fine gray powder. As you rub it between your fingers, you recall how in Section 5 you first felt the slick, almost soapy texture of ash water. That very texture still works wonders for coarse wool, showing that Persian decrees seldom intruded in matters of household hygiene. But as Persian influence seeps in, you observe subtle shifts. Some households begin mixing small amounts of imported olive oil into their ash baths, echoing Mediterranean practices. You imagine an emissary from Sardis, sending olive branches not just as diplomatic gifts, but also as laundry assistants, their oils offering a mild antiseptic boost. A quirky fringe tidbit surfaces legend claims that a Persian noble once decreed that a Babylonian fuller could only call himself royal ash master if his ashes were mixed with at least 1 drachma's worth of olive oil, a flourish that made local fullers roll their eyes but secretly covet the title. Historians still argue whether this drachma standard actually existed or was mere rumor concocted by disgruntled apprentices seeking a better title, but you can't help grinning at the thought of fullers haggling over oil-to-ash ratios in a sidelong attempt to curry favor. You wander through narrow lanes and find yourself near a former temple courtyard where the basin once brimmed with rose water in Section 9 sacred rituals. Now that basin holds a modest supply of well water, refreshed by Persian engineers who rebuilt aqueduct channels. A sliver of rosewater remains in an alabaster jar recycled from temple use to domestic laundry. It's a symbolic touch locals still ratchet up their wash day ambience by adding a few drops of fragrant oils, an act inherited from Neo-Babylonian temple laundries detailed in Section 12. Even the scent of rosewater, once reserved for priestly vestments, now floats through modest doorways as people prepare wash water, A light aside crosses your mind. Who knew that Persian administration would repurpose your grandmother's sacred scented rinse into neighborhood aromatherapy? Yet it also feels comforting that the spirit of Section 9's divine cleansing lives on in everyday chores. As the Hellenistic era dawns after Alexander the Great's conquest, 332 BCE Greek settlers import their own laundry customs, lye-based soaps, olive ash mixtures, and communal wash basins called fulanikai, similar in function to Babylon's guild-run vats, described in Section 4. You join a group of Greek fullers along a canal that once served Neo-Babylonian temples. They pound woolen tunics on stone slabs under a pergola, humming Hellenic tunes rather than Babylonian hymns to Enki. A mainstream historical fact, archaeological digs in Seleucia, Alexander's new city, uncovered fragments of Greek-style falonica, alongside shards of Mesopotamian clay vats, clear evidence of technological fusion. You touch a fragment etching the word kopad, kopad Greek, for smoke, indicating the use of smoke treatments akin to Babylon's incense baths. From Section 9. These snippets reveal a dynamic exchange. Babylonian temple rituals intertwine with Greek proto-industrial methods, forging a new hybrid wash culture. Yet Greek soap technology doesn't fully supplant Babylonian techniques overnight. In fact, Greek launderers often turn to local ash and saponin pods when their lye stock runs low. You recall Section 5's saponin-based cleansers and nod as you see Greek apprentices collecting soapberry fruits that still grow wild along riverbanks. The foam these pods produce remains novel to Greeks, but familiar to Babylonian elders who quietly oversee the operation, offering tips on how long to knead the suds for optimal grease lift. A quirky detail drifts and whispers circulate that some fullers claimed anyone who attempted to wash with pure Greek lye would end up with limestone acne fibers, so weakened they shredded after one rinse. Historians still argue whether this lye versus ash controversy was genuine or simply a turf war between legacy fullers and Hellenistic newcomers. In either case, the interplay of methods kept laundry evolving rather than stagnating. You wander to a small niche near a reconstructed city gate where a Sasanian envoy once passed through. Soon after, the Parthian and then Sasanian empires subsumed the region, these new rulers had their own laundry lore, especially the use of rose and myrtle petals in cleaning baths, not into Zoroastrian reverence for water purity. You catch a faint whiff of rose as local laundresses crush petals into well water, an echo of Section 12's Neo-Babylonian scented cleanses. A mainstream fact appears: Sasanian texts refer to Gulab Shurin rose-soaking garments, combining Mesopotamian ash rinses with Persian petal infusions to create a triple threat cleanse against odor stains and malign spirits. You nibble on a petal and marvel at how these layers of tradition persist, reinvented by each new cultural wave. As you explore further, you find yourself near a modest workshop where Islamic astronomers once observed the heavens. In the early Abbasid period, 8th, 9th century CE caliphs patronized hammams, public bathhouses where laundry becomes communal therapy. Hammams integrate Babylonian and Sasanian methods. They heat water in large copper boilers, a twist on Sumerian zinc vats from Section 12, and treat fabrics with a mixture of ash, hot water, and aromatic oils. A fringed tidbit shimmers in your mind. Legend says that Caliph Harun al-Rashid once commanded that his white linen robes be washed in a mixture of camel milk and ashes, believing camel milk's enzymatic qualities softened fabrics and aligned him with desert purity. Historians still argue whether camel milk laundry truly softened robes or if it was simply an extravagant rumor, but you find the idea delightful, imagining a caliph luxuriating in a milk ash bath clothes, swirling in a perforated copper vat. You follow a gentle slope to a riverbank outside the city now called Baghdad, where Arab travelers in the 9th century introduced the concept of natrium sorbidum sodium carbonate for laundry. Over centuries, this Egyptian-inspired mineral travels along trade routes, melding with local ash traditions. A mainstream fact clarifies medieval Arabic cookbooks and treatises like those by Ibn Sina describe washing fabrics in shrines with mixtures of natron and ash to treat plague-related stains, echoing Babylonian concerns about purity from section 11. Yet in practice, many villages continued to rely on ash pits and camel fat renders, a testament to the stubborn resilience of ancient Babylonian methods. You drift into a nearby marketplace where merchants sell powdered natron donkey dung soap, a rustic throwback to Section 10's fringe facts, and soapberry pods harvested from riverine groves. A light joke crosses your lips. Babylonian laundry courts would be proud now you can mix donkey dung with soapberry. For that authentic vintage aroma, you grin mindful that even as methods evolve, the impulse to innovate balancing practicality, aroma, and ritual remains constant. By the Ottoman era, 16th or 17th century CE, the region's laundry traditions are a tapestry of inherited techniques. Hammam stewards still encourage patrons to beat fabrics on stone slabs, a gesture straight from Section 6's sun bleaching and beating rituals. Yet they also use Turkish gallnuts rich in tannins to treat dyed wool, a practice far removed from Babylon's original pigeon-dropping gambits, but conceptually similar in its quest for stain removal. A mainstream historical fact, galls combined with ashes formed a potent cleaning paste recorded in Ottoman texts, paralleling earlier Babylonian and Egyptian concoctions. A fringe detail surfaces whispers claim that some hammams stored pigeon eggshells in iron jars upon which the rooster crowed at dawn intended to activate eggshell calcium phosphates. Historians still argue whether this cock-crowned eggshell practice ever progressed beyond tavern tales, but you relish the absurdity of such arcane laundry rites. In remote rural villages, you meet elders who still lean on ash pits, riverbank rinses, and even gentle chanting to the moon, an echo of Section 1's chants to Enki when washing linens for weddings or funerals. You watch as one woman dips a silk scarf into a clay bowl filled with ash water, kneads it in time with her quietly intoned prayers, then spreads it on a reed rack under a feeble sun. It strikes you that despite centuries of empire changes and technological leaps, this basic ritual persists, a living thread weaving through Babylon, Persia, Greece, Islam, and beyond. You settle by the river's edge as twilight falls, recalling the rhythmic pounding from Section 4 and the scented incense washes from Section 9. Each step you've taken reveals layers of adaptation. Babylonian ash emerges as the backbone for subsequent empires. Greek phalanxa emerge with Mesopotamian vats. Persian fragrances blend with Neo-Babylonian perfumed rites. Muslim hammams absorb these lessons into an all-encompassing wash culture. And yet none of these traditions ever fully eclipsed the simplicity of ash, sand, and water ingredients as ubiquitous as human hands. As you rise and brush the last of your ash-tinged tunic, you feel the weight of this legacy. Babylon's laundry methods weren't just about removing dirt. They were blueprints for ritual commerce and cultural exchange. In Section 13, you saw how Sumer Egypt and Babylon influenced one another. Here, you've witnessed how those techniques rippled outward, shaping centuries of washing across the ancient world. Historians still argue whether Babylonian ash and saponin methods directly inspired Greek and Roman enclaves, or if they simply coexisted as parallel innovations. But the undeniable truth is that come drought or flood empire or rebellion, people clung to those old ways whenever they needed clean clothes. You step onto a small wooden raft, pushed from the shore, drifting slowly as night settles. The river carries murky waters laden with centuries of ash runoff and fragrant oils streaming toward the Persian Gulf. You imagine that every particulate in this flow ash, saponin residue, remnants of dye, carries a fragment of laundry lore, a microscopic letter delivered to far-flung ports. And just as ancient merchants once loaded textiles onto ships bound for Egypt or India, so did they carry with them the knowledge of how to make those fabrics gleam again. As the water laps gently against the raft's ages-worn planks, you close your eyes and reflect on how laundry, that humblest of chores, can become a vessel for cultural memory. Whether it's the ash pits of Ur, the scented rosewater baths of Neo-Babylon, the lye-soaked baths of Thebes, or the ornate Hammam rituals of Baghdad, each moment reveals a shared human longing to present oneself to the world not just as clothed, but as ceremonially clean and whole. Your raft glides deeper into the starlit current, carrying you away from the heart of where it all began. Yet, as the city's silhouette recedes, you feel confident that Babylon's soapless legacies continue to shape waves of ingenuity across deserts, rivers, and time itself. You glance at the horizon's last glow as dusk deepens, recalling how you first stepped onto Babylon's riverbank under moonlight, Section 1, feeling river water swirl around your fingertips and wondering if any ancient bits of grime clung to you in some hidden corner. Now standing on this familiar shore where ash pits once smoldered and reed racks once bowed under damp linens, you sense the profound legacy of those long-ago laundry rituals. As you adjust your tunic, lightly tattered from repeated ash scrubs and sun bleaching, you feel both the complexity and simplicity of laundry history merge beneath your fingertips. Remember the rhythmic pounding of cloth on hollowed logs, Sections 4 and 6, each thud echoing like a heartbeat, linking you to generations of fullers who labored at dawn. Recall the scented incense and rose-water blessings in temple courtyards. Section 9, where priests scrutinized every fiber for divine approval. You've witnessed Greek soap meets ash cocktails. Section 13, Persian olive oil infusions. Section 12, and fringe pigeon-dropping elixirs. Section 10, all of it leads you here where the final wash cycle completes not just a garment, but the journey of understanding how Babylonians and every civilization that followed grappled with the eternal battle against dirt. Tonight, you find yourself balancing on the embankment toes, skimming cool river water, tinged with centuries of runoff fine ash, saponin, residue, olive oil molecules, even traces of medieval natron. A mainstream historical fact underscores this moment. While Mesopotamians pioneered ash-based cleanses around 2000 BCE, the underlying principle of using alkaline substances to lift oil and grime persists in various forms. Today, consider how modern detergents employ sodium carbonate and enzymes to dissolve stains. You marvel that a technique born of date palm ash continues to inform detergent recipes millennia later. Yet, in your mind, flickers a quirky fringe tidbit. Some whispers insist that even now in remote Iraqi villages, elder washerwomen wait for a full moon before rinsing linens, believing lunar light imbues fabric with protective energy against mildew, though no scientific study has ever validated this lunar laundry connection. Historians still argue whether such lunar rituals ever held genuine sway or were simply charming folklore passed down to lend magic to mundane chores. You step onto a stone slab embedded near the water's edge, the very slab where Abnu's descendants used pigeon guano section 10 until the 18th century, and you imagine the weight of garments once beaten there. You close your eyes and for an instant hear the distant hum of Sumerian hymns mingling with Neo-Babylonian incense chants, Greek lyres, and Islamic water prayers. It's as if history layers itself into the stone, waiting for a hand to pound one last time and send ripples through time. Turning, you recall how weather-shaped laundry rhythms in Section 7 monsoon reshaped canals, floodwaters acting as wild wash cycles, seasonal pivots that forced families to adapt. Now, even though modern plumbing has replaced those ancient channels, you sense a similar tension whenever low water levels alter your own laundry routine. In rural areas along the Nile and Euphrates, villagers still rely on wells and cisterns as their grandparents did, an echo of that age-old triad of water sources. Section 3. The past feels alive when you watch children skip across makeshift footbridges, balancing pails of water on shoulders, just as young apprentices once did for their mothers. You find yourself reflecting on gender dynamics from Section 8, women's hands, knuckles whitened by scrubbing bowls and wringing wool-shaped family heritage as much as looms shaped fabric. Men stepped in only when wars depleted households or when royal mandates called them to dye vats. Section 8. Even today, in some villages, you notice how women still shoulder the brunt of laundry chores, while men, if they help, often chase after imported detergents. A light joking thought nudges you. Babylonian fullers would be baffled by modern dry cleaning. Imagine swapping urine pots for plastic pressurized steamers. You smile, acknowledging that while techniques evolve, the social rhythms of who washes and who supervises persist. As you wander back through what remains of a once bustling Fuller's Guild courtyard, Section 4, you notice a small marker etched into the stone, a faded cuneiform fragment invoked in Section 11's debates over genuine antiseptic effects. You kneel to study it and decipher fragments referencing sacred purge and Marduk's cleansing reminders that in Babylon washing was never purely physical. Even if ammonia and ash only masked odors, the ritual imbued garments with social and spiritual purity, an example of how perception and practice coalesce. Scholars still argue whether Babylonian fullers truly valued antisepsis or simply conflated visible brightness. with divine favor. You touch the worn symbols, contemplating how every cleaned garment sent its wearer into public view, carrying a story of ritual science and social bonds. You follow a path into a dimly lit chamber where vestiges of Neo-Babylonian temple confidences, section 12, linger. The basin that once brimmed with rosewater now stands half-cracked, but fragments of painted lotus motifs still adorn its edge. You trace a fingertip along the faded design, recalling how women and men alike contributed to these rituals, each fragrant drop of rosewater symbolizing purification beyond mere stain removal. Modern ceremonial cleaning in some Middle Eastern traditions echoes this family's pour scented water over linsey-woolsey garments before weddings and funerals, echoing that ancient desire to present oneself undefiled for life's major transitions. Leaving that chamber, you navigate to a spacious atrium where bathhouse traditions, section 13, once melded Sumerian and Greek practices. Here, brick arches arch above marble-fed basins, and you imagine fullers and launderers from various eras pooling their best secrets: ash fermentation, soapwort, olive oil, myrrh. You stand beneath a scratched half-inscription stating, "Cleanliness honors the soul," a statement that might have transpired from an Achaemenid scribe or a Greek philosopher, and yet applies as readily to your own modern bathhouse visits. As night settles, you approach the canal one last time, the water now deep and nearly still. You notice lantern light reflections dancing on its surface as if ancient sparks of incense and modern LED lamps converge. You dip your hand in a chilly shock that pulls you back to life. You let the water slide through your fingers, feeling that backlog of history wash downstream once more. You think of the debates still echoing in dusty academic halls. Did Babylonian fullers really kill germs, or did they merely brighten surfaces? Did powdered snail shells ever lend an otherworldly sheen? Section 2. Happily, those debates don't keep you awake. They remind you that laundry, like any human endeavor, thrives on iteration, routines, innovations, missteps, revivals, and reinterpretations. Your own laundry routine today, tossing garments in a machine with detergent, feels both shockingly advanced and, in a way, intimately connected to that first handful of ash ground by Babylon's apron-clad women. It's all part of a human continuum, a deliciously gritty thread weaving across millennia. As you stand on the canal bank, the stars overhead navigate the invisible tides of memory. You realize that laundry has never been just about cleanliness. It's been a stage for social rituals, a crucible for chemistry, a battleground for gender roles, a canvas for religious meaning, and a crucible for cross-cultural exchange. Babylonian ash washes birthed a lineage of laundry lore that rippled through Persia, Greece, Egypt, Islam, and beyond each civilization, adding its own aromatic bouquet to the universal quest for clean cloth. You gather your final bundle of garments, your worn but beloved tunic, a half-faded linen shawl, and a patched wool cloak, and cradle them to your chest. You step off the uneven stones, mindful that tomorrow's sunrise will bring a new round of scrubs rinses and perhaps another inventive hack gleaned from whispered lore. Yet for now, you stand at the edge of history, feeling the weight of countless generations in those fabrics, and you allow yourself a moment of quiet pride. You've traversed the flow of knowledge from muddy riverbanks to marble basins, and emerged with deeper understanding and humble gratitude. Your journey through these 14 sections has shown you how laundry can shape and reflect an entire civilization's values. As you walk away, you carry not only the residue of ancient ash on your hands, but also the living flame of curiosity. And though Babylon has long since fallen, its legacy lives on each time you reach for ash-based stain removers, marvel at detergent chemistry, or even gently chant a snatch of prayer over wash water. In every rinse cycle, there remains a glimmer of that ancient river's divine presence, gently guiding you toward that next soft, clean fold. Now slow your pace as the night wraps around you like a soft woolen shawl. Let your thoughts drift gently as if floating on a calm river under moonlight. Picture that final bundle of fabric laid out on a reed mat, each fold still holding a whisper of ash, rosewater, or gentle soap. Feel the cool air against your skin, carrying faint scents of date palms and distant incense. As you breathe in, imagine every exhale releasing the weight of daily grime and chatter. Each moment becomes a quiet melody of approval. From centuries past, Babylonian women kneeling by canals, Greek fullers, humming under pergolas, temple priests, murmuring chants of purification. Allow that chorus of soft hums to lull you into calm serenity. Focus on the gentle sound of water lapping at the river's edge, a natural lullaby echoing through time. Let it remind you that though clothes may bear stains, the act of cleansing itself is sacred, a ritual of care woven with intention. Picture the warm glow of lanterns reflected on rippling water, each flicker embodying a promise that tomorrow brings fresh opportunity, another chance to wrap yourself in soft, purified cloth. As each star emerges overhead, feel a cool hush settle in your mind, dissolving any remaining tension. Finally, envision your reed mat, your bed for this night, cushioned by generations of laundry rituals. Know that as sleep finds you, you carry forward the wisdom of hands that labored with grit and devotion so that clean cloth might lift the spirit. Let your eyelids close each breath, deepening your rest. Drift into dreams where river currents wash over you tenderly, carrying you into peaceful slumber, knowing that in courses yet to come, you'll wake rested, refreshed, and ready to embrace the next cycle of wash, wear, and wonder. End of script. Sweet dreams.